Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, August the 19th. My name is Barry Heinerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room and Green Trades in our main room. Okay, guys, so you can hear me, see my screen. And of course, not of course, but monkeypox in the news again. A lot of monkeypox plays today. I've got VAX, APDN. GovX is still, actually, GovX is up 51%. A couple others I don't see on the list here, but I did read that Codex, CODX, CODX, also a monkeypox player. Not very much. Well, actually, not bad volume, up 7%. And a real cheap one is TNXP. We see it here. Yeah, there it is, TNXP. This is under $1. And then there's SIGA, which is still kind of a play. You know, they got beaten up because of the claiming the vaccine didn't quite work, but SIGA is still there. So we got them. We have some monkeypox plays today. And just before I keep going, EXEL is the trade of the week. Suggested entry 2660. Of course, they're always referring to the market, okay, or normal market hours. I know it's at 2665 right now. I mean, you can take it, but if you want, if that meets your trading plan and all, but the suggested entry is always once the market opens. Yeah, so Mike, you have to, every time you open Go No Go, every single time, you have to click on one of the alerts, okay? If you click on new, and then doc channel bar, and then Go No Go, you have to click on one of these alerts here. One of these stocks, and that'll turn it into the Go No Go, okay? If it was work on Friday, okay? Just have to click on one of the alerts. Now, something is happening here. IEP, this is that, isn't the Icon stock? IEP or one of those guys? IEP, yeah, IEP getting slammed here a bit. And this is just hitting my, just hitting one of my scans right now, IEP. From Dubai. Morning, Iske, or probably afternoon, or is it evening? Okay, let's take a look at some of the setups here. VRAX. Boy, oh boy. ALZ, and now ALZ is not a monkeypox play. This is something to do with a deal they've got with Massachusetts General, partnering up with them for a phase 2 clinical trial of post-traumatic stress disorder. Okay, so that's why somebody asked earlier, why is ALZN up, and that is the reason. Low float, crazy low float. ZIM, one of the few earnings plays. ZIM is also up today. ZIM is an earnings play. It's a big gap up for it. Israeli stock. SOND, some kind of a deal with Marriott. SOND gapped up on a deal with Marriott. ASTS still, where is it? Maybe it's not up 7% now. ASTS had a little bit of a pop this morning. That's why it moved down. When it was up to 32, it was showing up on my list here. ASTS still up, well, 1.8%. Big, of course. about interesting. Show this to somebody. Okay, no, I just stopped talking. That's all. I'm still here. Okay, guys, what else? LQDA. They did have some news. That's what it was. US FDA holds back final approval for blood pressure drug. So that's the reason for this one dropping. Though Needham is still putting a $25 price target on them. Estee Lauder, EL. This is also an earnings play. Got very few earnings plays right now. Maybe an interesting one. High right there on that daily chart is 97, so it's very close to that. If it takes that out, the next high is 100. And the market, let's take a look at the overall market. So the market is modestly up, okay? A little bit above Friday's close. So this is not showing up here. Rocket Lab, RKLB, is not showing up here, but it is still pretty good, 6% now. Had a big day, of course, on Thursday and Friday, and that's RKLB. All right, so alts, not an earnings play, but this was, oh, one moment, please. So this was on the 15th. Okay, the company reported a year-over-year increase in July revenue results. That was on the 15th, but no big reaction. But now there's a reaction. ALTS. All right. So PER, also true. Wow, 19%. Entered into an agreement with Amazon.com services for the sale of nearly all assets and some liabilities for $80 million. Really? Nearly all assets. So basically, Amazon is kind of a weird one. All right, guys, 9, 10. Let me take a look at some of the major sectors, see what's happening with them. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. Interesting. Almost 50-50. Usually these are usually in energy, it's usually almost always very close to 100% one way or the other. So this is 50-50 right now. 55% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. You- And let's see anything else happening. What I'm looking for is some kind of an outlier. So let's say a sector was mainly up, but there's one stock that's down a lot for some reason. I don't see anything though. All right, let's take a look at XLE now with respect to the 200-day moving average. ALZN moving, guys, ALZN. So 200-day moving average, there it is on the green line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. So it's still above it. XLE is still above it. Let's take a look at UNG. I know a lot of you guys trade this one, this UNG, National Gas Fund. Wow, look at that. TAN is a solar ETF, up a little bit, but UNG popping right now. Okay, I'm going to take a look at all the sectors this morning. Maybe I'll do that Monday mornings. XRT. Ah, I'm hung up, guys. Shoot, I'm hung up. Just give me a moment. Maybe I can. We're going to have to reload. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to reload. Not a big deal, but I'm going to have to reload. All right, guys. So I'm back. I don't know why that happened. Every now and then that happens. So what I have to do, I just have to load some of the charts that I had up. So give me a moment, okay? Just have to load some of the charts that I had up on my other monitor. Why is EL moving higher? It's an earnings play, Rich. EL is an earnings play. Estee Lauder is an earnings play. That is why it's moving higher. Oh, I see. You mean why is it moving higher? Because it has bad earnings? Well, maybe they weren't bad enough. Maybe they're guiding better. I don't know. I didn't look at their actual release. JP Morgan, I don't know, maybe JP Morgan's pumping it right now. Target of 129. Sometimes you can drive yourself. I don't mean you, Rich, but you drive yourself crazy. You know, you look at some of these earnings releases and you think you absolutely know which direction it's going to go based on it, and it doesn't happen. All right, let me get my sector status up again. Hopefully, that's not the reason why I. Okay, so we looked at XLE. We know XLE. I want to take a look at retail now. XRT, where it is. So still moving away from that 200-day moving average. XLV healthcare. XLV healthcare. Can't even see the 200-day moving average. That's 141. So it's way down here. So that's way above the 200-day moving average. XLV healthcare stocks obviously doing well. Consumer staples. XLP. XLP. Another one that's doing really well. 74.61. So you can't see it either. I mean, obviously, if I expanded this daily chart, we could see it, but well above. Industrials, XLI, 118.36. So again, way above. Financials, XLF. XLF. Again, most of them you cannot even see. 39.71, can't even see the 200-day moving average on my chart. I mean, now this is the one that's going to be close. XLY, consumer discretionary, is going to be close. There you go. So through it a couple of days ago, and still so a little bit above it. So far, all the major sectors are above it's their 200-day moving averages. XLU will be way above 65.93. Yeah, way above. And let's see, materials XLB. At least you can see it, but there it is on the 200-day moving or the daily chart, the green line, 87. Now, communications XLC should be quite a bit above. Yeah, you can't see that one either, $78. So yeah, way above. And the other one, of course, technology. Now that was the one that was the worrisome one when the market was almost down to 500, but it is now moving away. So all the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average. The only one that's kind of close still is energy, XLE. Okay, wow, ALZN, yeah, continue to move higher here. I'm sure Draw must have checked the float. I'm going to check the float myself also. Probably just want to confirm that that float is as low as we have it, 810,000. I just want to confirm it. And the answer is so they've got 640,000. So I mean, we've got 810, obviously in the ballpark. So some crazy, crazy low float action with ALZN, partners with Massachusetts General Hospital for a phase 2 clinical trial. It's PTSD, sorry. Hey guys, what I'm looking at right now, some of my thumbnail charts from last week. I want to see if there's anything interesting. This Grail, I don't know why, but it still interests me. GRAL. It's kind of hanging tough. Had earnings in this day right here. Didn't really do much. I have to put an alert up here, I think, this week right here, 1848. This was a spinoff from, it was called Immunova. You know who did an offering was Sing, C-I-N-G, FinFan Forever. Sing did an offering. This, of course, was CING. That was a big one from last week, active one from last week. They did an offering. Not a huge one, like only 2.9 million, but it only has a very low float. H&R Block. I just want to take a look at it. And this was an earnings play from last week. H&R Block, HRB. Okay, really not much happening. Okay, I think I'll get rid of that one then. No, I'm hoping to get some information today, Troy. Talking to Michael Noss. Hoping to get some information today. This might even be really good for swing trading. I was just noticing one, ASTS as an example. You know, you do a weekly scan on this and look at the weekly right there. So there's the orange, there's the only one, cyan, and then the blue. Look at on the weekly chart. So, you know, we're pretty interested, not just for intraday trading, but also maybe for swing trading. Anyway, this is way in advance. Well, look at that. I mean, if they would all work like that, right? This did not come on a scan. I just happened to notice it. But I mean, there's no reason why you can't have a scan for the different time frames. So ALZN, where could it go? I mean, it's at $7 right now. What did we get to this morning? But up to $8. The next highs, you can see, I mean, between the current price and $8 and then 8.85 and $9. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, I want to get my layout that I'm going to be using for when the market opens up and running. So give me a moment. Okay, guys, arranged everything on my other monitor, so we should be good now. So again, if you have our AI, guys, this is all I would do. Have this window open, okay? A moment, maybe move these down a bit. Yeah, so if you have our AI or premium service, this is all I would look at all day long, okay? And to have this window open, click on New from the toolbar. And then there are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick that middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. This is what you're going to see. You may have different column headers, but this is what you should see, and it'll be blank. The only other thing I would do is make sure in the filter section it says none. If anything is checked, I would uncheck it. I think it's a lot more beneficial to see the alerts all day long, whether or not they're so-called profitable, because they could be setting up at different areas underneath the alert price. And as you notice, this window is blank. You will get no alerts until at least 9:40, and that is by design. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. SPY is still, well, it's drifting a little bit down. There's only one thing on the economic calendar that may influence the market a bit. Now, if you could only find it. Something at 10 o'clock. Oh, there we go. Something at 10 o'clock. Let's see what it is. It is at, let's see, 10 o'clock. Well, okay, there's a speech. I don't think he must. Well, Waller is speaking or has spoken at 9:15, one of the Fed presidents. Maybe he's causing a little bit of a drop. But at 10 o'clock, we've got e-commerce retail sales. And at 10 o'clock, we also have leading indicators. So we may get a little action in the market at 10 o'clock based on whatever those numbers turn out to be. Yeah, EBS, again, monkeypox play, MPOX, I guess they're now abbreviating MPOX play. EBS, it's up 4.7%. SIGA, let's take a look at SIGA and see if there's any more new news about that one. Yeah, so the New York-based company released disappointing trial data for the drug to treat MPOX on Thursday. That caused the stock to absolutely, really, really, well, almost cut in half. But it's recovered. I mean, it is recovered. I mean, it got down to 671, closed last week at 1048. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, less than a minute, about 45 seconds, 40 seconds or so before this market opens. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week, okay? And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And we're open. Okay, guys, we're now open. Okay, ALZN, still kind of hanging in here, guys, hanging in. There's the high in the pre-market was a little over 806. Okay, SOND, this is some kind of a deal they've got with Marriott, where Marriott is, here we go. Marriott confirms long-term licensing agreement with Sonder. Okay, so that was the news for SOND. Pre-market high was way up here around 419. So, and it's probably a low float, 10.3 million. Yeah, another low float. Well, ZIM popped. And we have now a halt for IVP, guys, on the way up or down? On the way up. Okay. IVP popping, and it just got halted on the way up. Okay. So let's take a look. First halt of the week. Let's take a look at what could happen. So again, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. It's from Interactive Brokers. It's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So if you have time and sales from Interactive Brokers, this is what it looks like. And there's the halt price, 428. You cannot see the symbol here, but it is IVP. And wow. So this is this can be the projected open, 505, $5, but notice how it does change. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to open at $5. More than likely, though, it's going to open higher than the halt price, just based on what I'm seeing here. Typically, these are 5-minute halts. So if it is, it'll open at 9:36 plus 55 seconds. So if you were lucky enough to get in just before the halt, it should be pretty good for you. Well, Siga has taken a dive. Well, Siga, but also Monkey Pop, GeoVX has taken a bit of a dive too. But Siga is definitely taken a big dive here. See GovX, GeoVX, it was starting to move down also. Still positive though, still up 40%. Well, here's your fade for EL, guys. I mean, it hit 100. I think it hit just or touched 100. Literally, it hit 100. Yeah, it hit 100. Now here's your fade now for EL. Look at the SPY. Whatever reason, the SPY putting a nice little opening bar here, positive. I don't know if Waller is still talking. We were supposed to talk at 9:15. And we have some economic news at 10 o'clock that could affect the SPY. Wow, ALZN just ripping now, guys. Not in it, and I don't typically don't trade this early, but ALZN. Well, this Marriott news is certainly popping this one now. SOND, popping it through the 200-day moving average. And that just got halted. SOND just got halted. Now let's take a look at IVP, see if that, see it is still above, but notice how it's starting to drift down to the halt price. 428 is the halt price for IVP. Remember last time we looked, it was around $5, the projected open. It is now drifting down. Still looking like it's going to open above though. And it's a very low float, 6.89 million in the float for IVP. And it should open, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, should open in about 25 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt. All right, it just opened, guys. So, wow, that so it did pop, but it came right back down, like right back down. It popped up to 451, but actually, you know what? It didn't really pop, did it? Because it was halted at it was oh no, it was halted at 428, so it did pop up to 450, but it came right back down. Okay, guys. So yeah, look at that ZIM. ZIM has been up, down. See if I can find it here. It's right there. Okay, ZIM. Yeah, so it popped up and it came right back down. Now look at the SPY. Now look at the SPY putting in a pretty big bar here now. This is really early. Some of you guys were talking about Poet in the pre-market. Poet. Well, POET. Poet. Let's see what sort of room it has on the daily chart. A little bit of room. 371 is the next high on the daily chart. The cheap one, guys, the TNXP, Monkey Mpox play, TNXP, pre-market high was up here around 80 cents. Yeah, right from the get-go, TGTX has had a really nice run. Not that long ago, this was sitting around $16.50 on the 24th. So less than about 3 weeks ago, this is sitting at around $16, $23 now. TGTX had earnings on that day right here, and that popped it. Okay, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt for the SOND, it's going to open in about 30 seconds or so. All right. Is it going to open in 5 minutes? And it just opened. Okay. SOND just opened, guys. SOND just opened. Now the halt price was at 448, so it's actually below the halt price. Let's see if it pops through that halt price again. Not a lot of follow through right now. Just waiting to see if SOND can take out that halt price again. And that halt price was 448. Wyatt in our YouTube room, Boyle. Yeah, these are, I'm sure it probably is interesting. Yeah, I just don't play the ETFs, but yeah, I mean, this looks interesting if you play these. I missed it. I blame you, Wyatt. You made me look at Boyle. So let's see what it does now. SOND. Keeping an eye on GovX now, guys. I'm going to keep an eye on GOVX. Pre-market high looks like it was around 1191. I'm sort of kidding, Wyatt. Well, no, I am kidding, Wyatt. Probably a good thing. Probably keeping it. I'm sure. I don't think that trade is going to go that well. Potential trade. Well, maybe it would have. The next high looking left is 488, and I think that's probably where it got to 483. It got up to 483, and the next high looking left is 488. So far that is blocking it. SOND. We're watching this GovX to see if it takes out 11. Hey, LQDA is continuing down, guys. FDA decision delays potential launch of their drug. And that's the reason for this huge move down for LQDA. Well, I'm glad I waited on the GovX to see if it took out 11. Fubo, Fubo. They had some news that, yeah, U.S. judge delays the launch of a sports streaming venture. I think I read that it was going to cost like $49 a month. It was a sports streaming venture from, I think, a combination with Disney, maybe ESPN, and a few others. It's going to be about $49 a month streaming, sports streaming service. And Fubo was saying that's really affecting our business. Fox, Disney, Warner. Okay, Fox, Disney, Warner. Wow. The ALZN, guys, ALZN just just pop through. And they just got halted. ALZN just got halted. Well, let's see where ALZ. Wow. Now this I mean, this may not hold, but I mean, there's the halt price for ALZN at 912, potential open at 8. So I hard for me to believe this is going to hold. This is the first halt. Usually the first halts are reasonable. Reasonable meaning that they usually at least open around the halt price. But this is way below so far. So I have to wait and see what happens on that ALZN. Okay, so the market is it's kind of chopping around a little bit. Remember, there are some numbers coming out at 10 o'clock, some economic numbers coming out at 10 o'clock, which could affect the market. Take a look at how that trade of the week is doing so far. EXEL. Okay, so it has officially triggered. Okay, the trigger price was 26.60, and so it has officially triggered. Excuse me. How you trade it? If you trade it, of course, is up to you. They are designed for longer term holds. So when you look left on the weekly chart, certainly has some room. 27, 28. Not as much. I mean, there are little areas that could stall on the daily chart, but now SIDU just got halted. SIDU, wow, big pop here for SIDU. Low float, 4 million in the float. Side is space. Another halt. We're getting a lot of halts already, guys. Yosh got halted on the way down. Okay, this is a little more like it. Okay, see how now it's above the halt price. This is ALZN 912 halt price 935 above the halt price. So I did not think it was going to open at 8. 945. So this will open at 950 plus 59 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. So far, they've all been 5-minute halts. All right, ESOA just resumed, guys. Oh, it did resume. I'm sorry. It resumed earlier. I'm sorry. 9:48, 10:48 was the. So we got halted at 10:56. Didn't really pop off that halt. All right. ALZN just opened higher and moving. Open higher and moving. Yeah, I did not think it was going to open around 8. May drop down to 8 now, but well, let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where could this thing go? So on a monthly chart, looks like the next highs are around 13 or so, 12.95. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but those are the next highs for ALZN. Wow, this is just ripping now. Did not get in it. ALZN guys just absolutely ripping through that 200-day moving average like nothing, and continuing. Again, that monthly high. I better refresh my memory. Where is that monthly high? The monthly high is up at 12, almost 13. Yeah, 1290 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Man, it takes that out. You got almost 20. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. What we're doing, we're just looking left to see where could a stock stall. Looks like it's halted, halted, halted. This is halted. Got to be halted. Yeah, we got halted. Well, the second halt sometimes can be okay. The first halt was certainly good. The second halt can sometimes be okay. It's usually the third halt, which is the catastrophic one. But we'll see. So right now, there's your glimpse into the future, 1291. There's your halt at 1287. Well, this SOND is still kind of hanging tough. But you can see where it got into that weekly high, and that's where it stalled so far. Yeah, serve on the move here, guys. Serve, yeah, serve is on the move. SERV been a very active one, of course. Last few weeks, SERV. Well, I'll join you then, Green Trade. I'll look at Lumen, LUMN, above the VWAP 619. Yes. I mean, it's got a little bit of room. Let's see. The last guy, actually on a daily chart, does have a lot of room. 668 is the next high looking left. Okay, let's take a look at this GovX. Did it pull back into an interesting level? I know it's holding over 10. The VWAP, well, the VWAP is 1049, so you're gonna have to get above the excuse me, it's gonna have to get above the VWAP again. No, ASTS still has room. Look at a weekly chart, $37 still has room. That's the next high in a weekly chart for ASTS. Okay, guys, we will have some numbers coming out at 10 o'clock. Some economic numbers coming out at 10 o'clock. Specifically, we will have at 10 o'clock the e-commerce retail sales, and then at 10 o'clock also something called leading indicators. So those are a couple of numbers coming out at 10 o'clock, which could affect the market. Yeah, this has been on a mission, this TGTX, right from the get-go. Just up, 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 TGTX. All right, ALZN just resumed, and it, yeah, what was that halt price again? 1287. So it, yeah, dropped down to 12. Still hanging in there though. I mean, look at this. Trying to get to the halt price, 1287. And just as I said that, so it's back at the halt price. ADMA, let's take a look at ADMA. ADMA. Wow, lifetime high now. ADMA is a lifetime high. I don't know if there's any specific news on it today. Had earnings, and obviously the earnings popped it. This was back on the 9th. Okay. So maybe a week and a half ago. So earnings popped it and it is maintained. And there is ADMA, all-time high. Yeah, these Mpox plays are starting to drift down. I'm looking at VRAX. I'm looking at GovX. I'm looking at EBS. Okay, guys. Well, whatever the numbers came out at 10 o'clock so far, not affecting the market negatively yet, anyway, whatever those numbers were. So that's about it. That's about it for any for the economic numbers, and I think that's really it. Yeah, there's nobody talking. No Fed presidents are talking. Doesn't look like there are any bond auctions at 1 o'clock. So that's kind of it for things that could affect the market. Meanwhile, ASTS just continues to move here. This is not shortable. Yeah, this has not never been shortable for me. I don't think anyway, GovX, or if it has been, it's been very few shares. But this is, yeah, I mean, this is now starting to give it up. The next low looking left, of course, is Friday's low, which is 357. Yeah, look, wow, look at excuse me, ALZN, guys. This is just still ripping here. Wow, I'm not in it. What did I say? I think it's through that high. I think it's through that monthly high that I was looking at. Yeah. Wow. So the next, as I said, the next high, not saying it's getting there, but the next high, the monthly chart anyway, is $20 for ALZN. Never been shortable for me. And I shouldn't say never, but I'm looking now. It is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. At some point, you would think there's going to be a big sell off, but not a big one yet. All right, here's another one, guys. Tello just got halted. Telo. Let's see where this one could open. Super active. The halt resume scan today. Super active already. So there's your halt for TELO at 577. Potential open around 6. If it does open in that area, where could it keep going? And so we look left on the weekly chart. 580 is the high. So if it opens at 6, then it's above that high in the weekly chart. And let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where could it go? On a monthly chart, 628 and 740. So if it opens over, 6 and blasts through 628, I mean, this has got a lot of room still. Let's say again, I always have to emphasize, I'm not saying it's going to get to these levels, but basically it starts taking the chart resistance out of play. Another one of the MPOX plays, guys, starting to give it up. APDN. Again, not shortable for me. Just checking some of the early. I'm going to go over these races, but I just want to check some of these ones that have won races earlier. See if there's anything interesting happening. Yeah, Fubo's on the move. You're right. FUBO on the move on that news. Fubo on the news, on the move, guys, with that news that Judge has basically delayed this new sports streaming service from starting. It was a big deal with Disney, Warner, and Fox. And Fubo basically saying, hey, wait a minute, that's cutting into our business, I guess. So the judge has granted a temporary stay, I guess. And that's the reason for Fubo moving up 36%. It's a big float also, 293 million in the float. That is a big float. That's a big move for that float. Those of you with the AI, you know that's an AI play. Part of the test drive, you've got the AI. The entry price or alert price was 191. So on the move a little bit right now. It holds two. Well, first of all, let me see where the monthly chart is in terms of a blockage. And the next high on the monthly chart, 247 or so. 244, 244. And I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just looking at left to see where it could go before it hits those next highs. All right, Tello just opened. TELO just opened, and so it was halted at 577. So this could be the one, guys, for me. Boy, the spread isn't great. 569, 582. That's not a great spread for a $5 stock. Yeah, that kept me out, actually. That spread kept me out. Okay, guys, Fubo's on the move. Fubo on the move here. FUBO on the move. Well, on the market, okay, so again, those economic numbers at 10 o'clock, not affecting the market at all. So here we go. Okay, I'm looking at VRAX here. I want to see if it's bouncing off maybe the VWAP or something. The VWAP is 502, so it's getting close to the VWAP, guys. So I'm going to stick an alert maybe around, say, 512. See if it takes out the VWAP and maybe moves on from there. I mean, it's still up 130%, and it's an MPOX play. Boy, ZIM is still making new highs here, guys. ZIM making new highs. The next high looking left on the weekly chart, 2378. One of the few earnings plays. I only have two earnings plays that are meeting my filter requirements, ZIM and EL. That's it. All right, this is not a lot of volume, but CSPI. Well, it's got some room. I mean, on the daily chart, the next high is 1598. They can somehow take that out at 16. Then you've got a high at 1632, taking those out 1838. So this is kind of interesting. CSPI, again, not a lot of volume yet, but it is a low float, 6.7 million in the float, up 12% right now. If there's any news on this one. This had earnings here, so the earnings reaction obviously was not good, but we're having a rebound now, and that is the CSPI. However, terrible, sorry guys, bad spread. 1578, 1624. So I can't do anything with that one. Now, when I looked earlier, the pre-market stuff, TAN was on the move here. Pen was on the move. So, ooh, shoot, there it goes. Look at that. Now, that would not have shown up even on the scan that we're trying to develop because of the relative volume is only 0.66. Coupang. Okay, the next high looking left for Coupang is around $23. CPNG. Alts. There's a transition, not the one exactly we're looking for, but anyway, there is a transition. High of the day, around just around 3. High of the pre-market, around 316. So you were mentioning somebody was mentioning VTAC, probably draw, VTAC, VTAK, another low float. Okay, what did they do? So looking left on that daily chart, the next high looking left, yeah, it's got some room, 254. 254. And now it's got to take out today's high, but 254 is the next high, or 253 is the next high on the daily chart. So this one definitely has some room. Let's see if it can hold over two. I'll stick it up. I'm going to put a price alert around 208. Excuse me, to see if number one, if it gets over two. Relative volume 134. So it is trading 134 times normal up to this time of day, but you can see that it doesn't trade very much. 274,000. That's 133 times normal up to this time of day. So again, based on that, you can see it does not trade very much. Whoa, now look at the SPY here, guys. SPY's taking a bit of a header here. So as far as I know, nothing happening at 10:15. All right, guys, 10:19. So I think I'll go over my homepage right now. The information you can find on it. So I think you can probably still sign up for the test drive if you want. You can certainly sign up for the test drive, and well, if you're going to do the contest, you may as well sign up for the test drive right now. You'll get the program balance of today up until next Monday inclusive. You'll have access to the full premium service, and then the test drive, the contest. Stock trading contest starts on Wednesday, and of course it runs till Friday, 3 days. So if you click on that link, you'll see it'll cost you $7.77. You'll get the balance of today and then up to next Monday inclusive with our full premium service. And then of course you can also take part in the contest. Oops. And now I'll put my homepage link in. So clicking on my homepage link, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. That'll really, the rooms get credit for the subscriptions, which will really help to keep the rooms free. And again, here's that contest. What happened here? Okay, VRAX. VRAX just over 511 now. We're at 511, which is the VWAP, I believe. Yeah, so it's over the VWAP now, guys. So VRAX is over the VWAP. Okay, over the VWAP. Come on. Okay, guys, VRAX over that VWAP. That was the key. And on the move now. VRAX on the move. And it's really on the move. The market high is 578. And let's see if it gets anywhere close to that. The pre-market high was way up here at 659. Well, I think that's a winner, guys. That is a winner on that break right there. Wow. Here we go. And yes, I'm in it. Wow, that is a massive move on that VWAP break, on that price alert that I set. It looks like it's going to get halted right now. I'm sure it's going to get halted. Wow, it got halted. Yeah, just got halted. Well, that's why I had to interrupt my spiel about trade ideas. So, yeah. And the halt, 617. Potential open, 620. Okay. This is, again, the blue screen from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Now, before I keep going on my spiel, what happened to the other ones? Now, GovX also popped. So the MPOX plays are popping now. Yeah, the GovX popped. I mean, this got down to 871 and it's popped right back over 1033. Exactly the reason why I'm saying keep an eye on these all day long, even though this is, underneath the alert price. If you don't see these, if you have this filter and it only says profitable trades, I really think you should watch these all day long because they can set up at different levels. So, I mean, look at the GovX. I mean, that was a nice setup, even on a kind of a 10 break, but you'd never see that if you have that profitable column checked. Okay, well, obviously I got to keep an eye on the VRAX when it opens, so I have a little time. 10:28 plus 36 seconds, so another 3 minutes or so before this opens if it's a 5-minute halt. So let me keep going here. So if you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. First one is to download and install. First startup and login. Scroll a little bit further down. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. So 10 short videos. This is the first thing you should do. That had nothing to do with the go no go chart, Elric. Actually, I was just, if people were listening to me, I said I put a price alert right here, which is right a little bit above the VWAP. I wanted to know about it. So it had really nothing to do with the go no go or a go no go setup. Hey, Trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. Okay. If you're new to trading or relatively new, you can take a look at this. It's all free. Series of videos, all free. Daily stock of the day that I do, you can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week, it is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Let's take a quick look to see how it's doing. EXEL, yeah, pretty good. 2660 was the alert, the trigger to get in, so it's a little bit above it. Okay, now I got to pay attention to the VRAC, see where it's going to open. 28.36. So still have a minute or so to go before this opens. If it's a 5-minute halt, there's APDN. So the MPOX plays are all popping back, guys. The MPOX plays all popping back. APDN, GovX, of course, the VRACs. Okay, I better pause my talking about my homepage. I'll get to the scans that I'm sharing. You want to see where this opens? We're at 6:30 now, maybe. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this is going to open in about 30 seconds, a little less than 30 seconds. Oh man, this is a okay, guys. 2-1-0 blast off. Okay. Well, shoot, it's not going to be a 5-minute halt. It's going to be a 10-minute halt. I don't like because it has a chance then to start drifting down. But we'll have to see now. Typically, when they're not 5-minute halts, they're multiples of 5. So now I have to wait to 10:33:36. Well, let me continue then. Education section on my homepage. Click on the education section, and we've got a great user guide. Click on the user guide. So the first one again is the getting started. That's the thing you have to do to start. A lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock racing. You'll notice I'm running a couple of stock races. I'm toggling back and forth. I'll explain what stock races are all about, but here's how you can create your own. Price alerts. You see how I use price alerts? I had that price alert on VRACs. If you want to just follow your own, like make a watch list of symbols you want to follow, here's how you can do it. There's a lot more in this user guide, but again, like any other user guide, you do not have to learn everything. And daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so it'll be Chris Varley. I will confirm that, but I'm 100% sure it'll be, well, 99.9% sure it'll be Chris, but I will confirm that. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris. And last, if you're looking for my scan, so if you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down and center section, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. These two races at the top are the two ones that I'm toggling back and forth. But I also have another race that I'm okay. These are the two that I'm displaying. This is the one I am sharing. This one I'm not displaying it. But if you want to take a look at large cap losers from the start of the race, you can have that one. Here is the halts resumes that I'm displaying over here. Momentum scan over here. And right here is the upside movers versus downside movers right here. But as you can see, I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them all up and running. And neither should you. There'd be way too many. But you can take a look at some of them and see if you like them. Now, if you're new to this room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Thursday. I wish Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. Now, I usually go to about, anywhere between 2:30 and quarter to three. But the main room is usually open till four if William keeps it open. But I do get on the mic at 9 o'clock. And it's a support room also. So if you have questions, it's not just a trading room. If you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Okay, as I wait for VRAX to open, you can see 33. So this will open in maybe a minute, hopefully a minute from now. Still hanging in there though. That potential open is still hanging in. All right, here we go. My goodness, my goodness. What a pop, guys. What a pop. Okay, we got to dip to 750. I've got to take some off. You know what? This is going to get halted again. Okay, no, I've taken some off. I thought it was going to get halted again. I don't want to get caught in the third halt. Okay. In fact, I'm out. All right, I'm out of everything right now. I mean, it may pop right through that, but it'll do it without me. Wow, that was an excellent so just a little over $5, guys, all the way up to almost 8. Well, there might have been some big sell orders, but they didn't kick in, Troy. Well, so less in our YouTuber. I mean, GovX is still hanging in over 10. So the same sort of deal. There's the VWAP at 1026. So again, I'll put a price alert a little over the VWAP and see if it takes it out. I think it's the novelty of NVAX. It was not moving last week with the rest of the MPOXers. Oh wow, why am I out? Oh well, that's okay. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys. Wow, that is one big wow. So, well, the next high, you're still in it, 1734. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Novavax. Thank you. I was looking at Novavax. Okay, good. I was looking at NVAX, not VRAX. Okay, and I thought this had exploded to 13. Okay, looks like a decent exit now for me. Oh, geez, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I am just doing a couple of things on my other monitor. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at a couple of thumbnails that I've got my other monitor to see if there's anything interesting happening. Meanwhile, man, we got some crazy action on the Spy Guys. Remember that last time I looked with that big orange bar moving down, and then that just got wiped out, and we're right back up almost to the highs of the day. Oh man, guys, look at this! Look at this VRAX move again. Oh, jeez. Guys, okay. I am testing this. I do have, I am, well, I don't, I shouldn't say it, but look at the VRAX right here. So even though that looked ridiculously extended, here's the orange, only the one, now they're very, very extended, but you know, there was the alert at 774. So even late, you could have taken this one. Just give me a moment, okay? Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so GovX, guys, GovX just took out the, in a big way. GovX was lagging VRAX, and I just took out that VWAP, and I'm not in it. I'm sort of talking with some of the guys at Trade Ideas right now, but it just took, well, briefly took it out anyway. 1026 is the VWAP. No, it moved. Wow, that is really, really, mm, that's a little too whippy. Okay, sorry guys, I'm having internal discussions here. Yeah, why? Okay, guys. So the VRAX still has the room. Looking at a monthly chart, I believe anyway. Yeah, I mean it's the next highs are around 15 on the monthly chart. I'm sorry, no, 860 on the monthly chart. What did it get up to? Got over 9 at one point. But this is definitely the flavor du jour today for Mpox plays. I mean, it's up what 261%. Okay, I would keep an eye on the GovX. Okay, keep an eye on the GovX. It's still hanging around the VWAP 1026. So again, let's see if it takes out that VWAP in a big way again, but this time holds it and moves higher. All right, so this one is not quite over yet. ALZN is not over yet. It is still hanging in there. And this is the deal with Massachusetts General Hospital and PTSD. It is high of 1529. This is one that I did not get into. What do I think of alts here? Well, this is Shady's, I know. It's hanging around the 3 level, right? Or is it? Yeah, it's hanging around the 3 level. Um, I mean, obviously, it's got a ton of room. That's all I can say. It's got a ton of room. I don't know what happened here. I don't know. Is this real? Was that real? 22? No. Yeah, I don't know what happened here. That doesn't seem realistic that the stock dropped from 39 down to 2. But anyway, it's got a ton of room. I don't know. Trying to see what there was some news, I think, after the company reported year-over-year increase in July revenue, but that was on the 15th. So this is just sort of a delayed reaction, I guess. I don't know. Okay, GovX. Let's see if this next bar is blue. Right after here, we have orange. We have one little transition. Let's see if the next bar can be blue. Can I look at TNXP? You mean orange to the green here? Yeah, I really won't have an explanation. It's too bad it didn't go orange, blue, orange, one bar, and then blue. But I have no, I really don't know. Wow, look at the spy, guys. Holy smokes, look at the spy move right here. So in theory, with that, I mean, had that bar been blue right here, I mean, it still doesn't mean you can't take these. I mean, the way Go No Go was designed in the first place was, on the transition to blue, definitely take a look at it. But we're trying to minimize. So we're trying to get just between orange and maybe one green, cyan, and then blue, not two. Doesn't mean these are bad, but he took that trade 555. I mean, I don't trade the spy, but that would have been pretty good, I guess, if you do trade the spy. Wow. Okay, well, I mean, it may not be dynamic enough, but keep an eye on this one. We've got that little pattern formed. We have the orange, and then we have the cyan, and then blue. Okay, and so maybe if it takes out this high right there, that could get it going. And I'm talking about the EL. So I'd be sticking a price alert around 95.86 or so, and just see if it takes that out. Well, I've only got two earnings plays that are meeting my filter requirements, and that's L and ZIM. That's it. We're done. I mean, when we were in earnings season, this window here was absolutely jam packed. I could not even see them all if I elongated the window. So we're totally out of earnings season now. I mean, it doesn't mean there are none releasing earnings, but certainly not a lot. So what I'm seeing right now in some of my thumbnail charts, a lot of fake for these flyers, like the VRAX and the GovX and the SOND. They're not holding their gains now. Hey guys, I'm really watching the EL. I have an alert set around 90, 95, 95.80 or so. If it takes that out, that could go on a bit of a run. Yeah, so 3Echo in our YouTube room, I'm using what's called our go no go charts. Okay, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas 3Echo? Just remind me. Okay, so this is what you can do. You can find out about them if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then click. There's a channel called Go No Go Charts. Click on that. Having AI doesn't matter so much. Now, when you click on that channel, the Go No Go Charts channel, you should see a pop up. You can watch these two videos. This will explain about what the Go No Go charts are all about. You can also scroll down and you can see what the color transitions are all about. Okay, and then that'll give you an idea about how it works. This is a $50 a month add-on. You can get 15% off with my promo code for the first month. If you want to try it. Okay, so that's what I would do. I would watch the videos before you did anything. What we're trying to develop is a scan. We talked about this on Friday. What we're trying to develop is a scan. Typically what happens, okay, you see how we have, first of all, just to explain these colors. So when you see orange, and this is to anybody listening, of course, when you see orange, that is the system is basically saying, don't take the trade at all, okay? Don't try to go long, don't try to go short. We don't see any advantage. When you get the transition then from the orange to this cyan, now it's starting to, now the system is, or well, Go No Go is saying, okay, we're starting to develop a trend, okay? Not strong, but at least we're developing a trend. When it goes to blue, then it's saying, okay, the trend is getting stronger. And now you might want to take a look, at going long. What we're trying to do though is create a scan that either bypasses that transition. But you see, if you can see my 3-minute chart for EL, you see I've got orange, and then I've only got one, the cyan, and then it goes blue. So what we're trying to do is to develop a scan that goes from orange directly to blue or with only one cyan in between. And we're finding that this has been really, really interestingly good. Now, we don't have a huge sample size yet, but I was showing the ones that would have worked well, met the filter requirements on Friday, and quite frankly, it was quite astonishing. So that's what I'm kind of waiting on. So even the VRACs, which looked, you could say it was very so orange, cyan. Next one is blue. So the alert price would have been around 745. So even though this thing was already up like 150 or 200% at the time, look what it did from there. Went from 745 all the way up to 9. Now, I'm not saying this is going to happen every time, but that's what I'm waiting on. Kind of really waiting on the transition either from orange to one or none to blue. And then on the downside, it's just the flip. Orange and then directly to deep purple, bypassing that light pink, or just having one pink in between the orange and the purple. That's kind of the idea on the downside. But rules still have to be in place. I mean, I'm not going to just because I get a transition, the transition I'm looking for, I have to make sure that it still has room to run. In other words, I'm always going to keep looking left. Where could it go before it gets blocked on a daily or a weekly chart? So I still have rules in place like that, but I want to get alerted, to those to that setup. The scan is not available yet, though. That's the bottom line. It's still being tested. And what are the so here, you had a transition here from orange to blue, but we have the relative volume was very low. In the scan that we're trying to create, I believe I said a minimum, I want to say 5, relative volume of 5, to make sure that it is treating abnormally. I mean, we could see the setup all day long if you had no other filters in place, but will it have any traction? So you can use Barry 15. Okay, that'll get you 15% off the first month. So it's not a subscription, it's month to month. So that's why we're looking at this EL. You see, we have orange, only one bar between the orange and the blue. And now I'm just waiting to see if we can take this out. That's the highs right there, and maybe have a little bit of a run, right? Because it obviously has room up to 100 before. This is an earnings play. EL is an earnings play. Now, are they all going to work? Of course not. Now, also 3Echo, you have to be using our downloadable application, okay? And to anybody else listening, it has to be on the downloadable application. You cannot be using the web-based version. I mean, you can use the web-based version, but you will not, get the go-no-go chart. So it's only on the downloadable application. See how our friend Pepe is doing today. What the heck is this thing? This PGRU. I haven't seen this one before. Property Guru Group. Ton of volume here. 4 million. I know it's an AI alert. It's out of Singapore. All right, guys. 11:09. All right. Here's EL. All right. I'm going to try it. See if this has a bit of a go in it. Okay. Is it really draw? UBS is a high of the day. Interesting. So this is of course an MPOX play. Yeah, this is an MPOX play. Almost met the scan requirements. Almost. You just had the two in here. The two doesn't mean you can't take the trade. Okay, but if I'm trying to be extremely picky here. So you could have taken the trade around $11 or so, but you can see the transition. Orange. The only reason it wouldn't meet the scan requirements is because it had two cyans between the orange and the blue. All right. Well, it's moving a little bit here. Yeah, I don't expect a lot. Believe me, I don't really expect that much out of it, but I'm just intrigued to see how well this can work. What I also noticed when we looked at the ones that triggered on Friday is that the ones that did not work, and there were, I think we had about 16 or 18 of them. I would say that 14 of them worked, like some were like incredibly well. Some worked very well. The ones that didn't work, though, basically, I would say they kind of just flatlined. So they didn't really move. What I really liked about it is that we didn't get a trigger and then a giant bar in the direction you didn't want it to go, which would have kind of wiped you out of the trade. Okay, that's what I really liked about it. Also, it looked like it was pretty set on the direction. So even if it didn't work, it just kind of flatlined. ALB, maybe a good swing after a big drop from Casa. Take a look at ALB. Yeah, I mean, if you get at the bottom here, that was awesome, 71 to 82. It's a scanner that we're trying to develop, Girl Trader. Okay, so in our YouTube room, the question is that from a particular scanner. It's a scanner that we're trying to develop for Go No Go charts. Okay, so it's not available yet. It's definitely a test phase. And the other thing I like is you don't get too many alerts. Just don't get too many setups like that. All right, guys, 11:15. So I have another 45 minutes or so before I do take my break. Ooh, here's another one. Okay, let's take a look at. Aha. I don't get an alert there. Oh, really? I'm not sure why this one showed up. This one showed up. I'm looking at. That's why. Yeah, I'm sorry, new guys. I know I'm talking to myself here. Okay, guys. So EL did not work for me. I took basically I got out again. I just took a out not flat, little bit of a loss on it. So EL did not work, but it may work later. I'm going to set my alert over 96 again. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm FIP. FIP is setting up sort of FIP. Now, my other thing is, I'm wondering if they would work better on the downside if the stock is down for the day also and not up for the day. So almost what you're saying, John. On the flip side, so FIP is setting up here, but it is up. It's still up for the day. FIP is setting up. I mean, it has room. I mean, it definitely has room down. 931. So it does have room, but again, it is still up for the day. I probably, but we'll see. I'm going to just check this out, see what happens. The alert was at 9:58. Oh well, here, it's starting to move down. And it may also depend on the market. In this case, no. The market is not moving down, but hey guys, I'm really watching this FIP. I want to see if it. I mean, we've got three reds now. I mean, this is definitely getting definitely more bearish and bearish and bearish. Yeah, so it alerted on the close of that bar right there, 9:58. Alerted right there. Hey, give me a moment, guys. You're right. You can't hear me. Why can't you hear me? Well, let me start again. Man, I put myself on mute. Well, I was going to mention Sava. Look at Sava, guys, on the way on a 5 minute chart. Okay. Didn't trigger on the three, but boy, did it ever trigger on a five. So, sorry, let me go again. Okay. Talk about what Trade Ideas is all about. For those of you who are new, this is an example of an alert scanner. We're excellent at real time alerting. If I right click on this, click on configure, and then click on summary, this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen. There are a lot of screening programs out there, but what we're really, really good at is real time alerting. So in this scanner, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume has to be at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal. This is why I call a momentum scanner, etc. If all of these values are met, filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was IMNN at 11:32 plus 22 seconds. So since then, no other stock has met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's how it works. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. It's on my homepage. Of course, if you want to make some changes, you can. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you have a filter that you would like to use. You can add it. If you don't like one of the filters I've got here, you can take it out. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. Next, if you want to build your own scans, you can. I click on search this time. So, and you can see what happened. BRFS just made a new high of the day, and that's why it triggered. So at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high and the new low of the day. But as you can see, if I keep scrolling down, these are all other real-time alerts that we've got. And if I get down to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Now, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, if you're looking at this for the first time thinking, wow, this is way too complicated, I can't possibly learn them all. Well, the good news is you don't have to. The reason there are so many real-time alerts and filters is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, that's why they had to create a lot of these real-time alerts and all the different filters. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean what I don't use is bad. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Your trading style may be very different, and there may be a real time alert that you'd rather use. Okay? Now, the racing, yeah, the racing is, before I do that, I just want to keep tabs on that ALZN and see what it's doing. Just, because if this, I'm going to put a price alert up here because if it takes out, if it gets into that area, we could get that transition. So I'm going to put a price alert in this area. I'm just looking to see if it can transition directly from orange to blue, or at the worst, orange to cyan and then blue. Because this still has a ton of room, guys. I mean, it got up to $15, so it still has a ton of room. So the races, what are the races all about? I'm running two races. I'm toggling back and forth between the races. So this one, see if this one's still running. Yeah. So this has 42 seconds to finish. I'm running 4 minute races. Again, you can create your own race based on the time period you want and all the parameters. You go to my homepage, go to the education section, go to the guide, and then there's a whole section on TI stock racing. So when this race started almost 4 minutes ago, this stock, Novavax, NVAX, has moved the most. It's moved 1.31% since the race started. Let's see if it holds its gains and is the winner. Another 8 seconds to go. Okay, so it just won the race. So Novavax won the race, and you can see now it has won 4 races. What happens is there is a top 10 list built of all the stocks that have won the most races. You can see the number 1 position is ASTS. ASTS has won 9 races today, EBS 7, etc. A top 10 list is automatically created for you. That gives you a great focus on just stocks that you can follow if you want to. Okay, instead of flitting around. I mean, I've got a lot of things going on, but if you're new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, these are obviously dynamic stocks. You could follow these all day long. In the other one, the biggest gainers from the open, you will see stocks making sometimes bigger percentage moves, and I'll explain why. But the bottom line is this: another top 10 list is created of the stocks that have won the most races. So right now, SIDU is up 3.77% since the race started almost two minutes ago. Let's click on it and see what's happening. Okay, you can see, yeah. Now, notice the stock doesn't have to be at the high of the day. It can just be, in fact, it could have had a big pullback. And that's the beauty of this. You can look at for stocks that are pullback plays. A stock that is pulled back and now maybe starting to move. So Tim, there's not I'm just going to answer Tim quickly in our YouTube room. There's no link to my layout, but the link on my homepage. Give me a moment. Just got to get it in there. What I'm doing is I'm sharing a lot of scans, okay? And you can pick and choose, including the ones that you do see. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link. And if you scroll down to the middle section, which are my scans right here, click here. So these are the 2 races right at the top here. These are these 2 races. This is the halts resumes. It's over here. Momentum scan is down here. And then this other one, the upside movers versus downside movers, is here. So these are the ones that you can actually, that I'm sharing, that you can see, but I'm also have a lot of other scans that I created that you could take a look at, okay? Before I keep going, I was asked to take a look at BROS. Yeah, this would have been great. This would have been great. It would not show up on the scan that we're creating because the relative volume was not high enough, but we're toying with the idea of reducing it a little bit, okay? But you can see exactly what happened here. Orange, okay? And then pink, and then deep purple. So you would have had an alert right about here at 3182. And then moving down to, I mean, it wasn't a huge move, but certainly not bad. The scan again this is in its infancy, believe me. We're really, oh, have I missed it? No, not yet. It has not transitioned. Okay, guys, so let me just continue here on explaining what the races are all about. So I've explained what the races do. It's basically looking at the stock that has moved the most since the race started, how the top 10 list is automatically created for you. But your question, if you've not seen this before, is, well, why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click on the race and click on open top list, all races start off from what we call a top list window. Okay. In my top list window, This is what I want to see. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and is up to at least 2% from yesterday's close, then the stock will be in this list of symbols. Okay, that's number one. Now, of course, you could create your own top list windows of which you want to see. So before you have races, the use of a top list window would be, a common question would be, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as you had it as a column header in your top list, which I do in this case, the C percent, the change from the close. If I double left click on it, this is telling me that ALZN is up 464% from its close on Friday. The RAX 200%, etc. Okay, all the way down. And that's a common question. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. If you wanted to see the stocks that are up the most from their open trade of the day, the change from the open, you could do the same thing. Just double left click, and ALZN also is leading the charge. It's up 60% from its first print of the day. APDN 47%, etc. I mean that's nice to know, but what the race does a little bit, it takes it one big step further. Because what would happen if, say, Nova? What if Nova, which is up 11% right now, but what if for some reason Nova really started to move? It's up 12%, 15%, 20%, 25%. How would you know that? Okay. I mean, unless you're staring at a list of stocks all day long, which would be crazy. But that's what the race does. The race doesn't care if Nova is up the most for the day. All it cares about, or whatever stock, all it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. So that could be a stock that's way down on the list, but all of a sudden starting to move. So that's the beauty of the race. Yeah, watch. Has it? Yeah, there's the transition. There is the transition. Again, it doesn't mean you gotta wait, for the absolute ideal setup, but I'm just intrigued to see what would happen if the next one is blue. So this is another minute for this one to close. This 3-minute candle to close. Well, a good choice, John. I see what you're saying about the bros, but I mean, it's a good choice intraday. All right, now is this closed? Not quite yet. Another 30 seconds, 20 seconds for this candle to close. If that next, now here's the issue. The next candle could start off blue, okay, but it may not end up blue after 3 minutes. That's what the scan would do, if all that makes sense. All right, let's see what the next one is. See if this turns blue at all. Aha! So it's just turned blue, but will it remain blue? Here's the problem. What if it turned into a giant blue candle or blue bar? Yeah, and you get an alert up here instead of down here. I mean, that's doesn't mean you can't take the trade now. Okay. Oh, it's blue and yeah, Iris. But what I'm looking for is that transition from orange to blue, either without that intermediate step or just one bar on the 5. I mean, listen, it doesn't mean you can't take the trade, but I'm really trying to be highly, highly, highly selective on, because what I'm finding is that it's way more bullish when that intermediate step is either bypassed or only get one bar. And I'm working only on a 3-minute candle. or a 3-minute chart. But now let's see if this remains blue. See, did not remain blue. That's why you have to wait. But ideally, we'll get the alert, so you're not having to stare at charts. You just get the alert. Now it's blue again. This is wild, guys. It's blue again. Well, it's up 500%, but it also had a high of 15, Iris. So I mean, anything is possible. So that would be 11:51. So in about 40 seconds. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, Iris. It's still in test phase. We're tinkering with it. Trying to figure out what the best relative volume to use is, and so I can't tell you when it's going to be available. Okay, we'll see if this closes blue and see if I actually get an alert here. I'm just waiting to see if we get the alert. Because Michael did say there's a slight delay on the real time aspect of it. I want to see if we get the alert though, and if we don't, then I'm going to have to ask him why not. Because the relative volume, of course, is fine. Guys, I'll be taking my break pretty soon anyway. So, okay, I think that's okay. I've got to find out why we didn't get an alert there. And this is why we're testing it. You can set audio alerts, Tim, in your momentum scanner. Any alert window, you can set an audio alert. So let me just show you how. If I right click, I just want to duplicate it and get it free floating so it's a little easier to demonstrate. So any alert window, you can put an audible alert. Just right click, and go to properties, and you see where it says actions. Click on actions, and then you can click the play sound, Click on the setup sound. This is all in the guide also, okay? Under audio, under sound alerts. Now you can put text to speech if you want. So the symbol actually gets read out. You can have a female voice doing it. You can do one with a male voice, okay? Otherwise, you can use custom sound. When you use custom sound, and then you select sound, again, all this is in the guide. We have 3 folders here. Each one of these folders has a sound alert. And you can click on one. And click on, say, heart monitor, you can open it, you can play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert will get attached to your alert window. Okay? Look at this. Look at this thing go now, guys. Well, there was the alert. We should have got the alert there. I don't know why we didn't. So I've been told that the reason it didn't show up is because they had an average volume filter in here, and of course this one doesn't trade very much, obviously, and so it didn't meet the average volume. But he talked about the server overload if we don't do that. So, well, taking it anyway. You know, we don't have to. I mean, there was the setup. Okay, guys, listen, it's 11:56. I got to get rolling here. Got to get my announcement in, so I'll be on a break.
Did you not hear a ping, sir?
Did not hear the pop, Chris. Okay, just give me a moment, Chris. I got to wrap things up here. Okay, guys, so Chris is in our YouTube room right now, so let me get my announcement. So I will be on a break until about 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so on a break until 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Next step, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris for his hour. Okay, guys, so there's the YouTube link. So you can head over and listen to Chris. He'll be there for until about 1 o'clock. I'm putting myself on mute now in the main room. And one last thing to do, Chris, just to eliminate my music. Whew. Okay. Hi, Chris.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Busy morning over there?
Yeah, very busy. You know, I'm all over this. Well, you know what we're trying to do with this scan, and sure. I'm all over it. So
I've got to load myself on another screen and keeping an eye. And there's been some good ones and some not so good ones, but very interesting concept.
Mm-hmm. Well, the ones that I'm finding that in theory not so good, they just don't do anything.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
it's not a question like anything else. It's not like you're just running right into it because you got the alert.
Exactly. Or the next bar is not like wiping you out, even if you took it.
Exactly.
If that makes sense. That's you know, that's what I really like about it. It's just sort of like the FIP as an example on a short. It really didn't do anything. You know?
No, exactly.
So it's not like you could have got in it and then all of a sudden you get some wild bar that is going to knock you out of the trade immediately.
Exactly. That's exactly
So,
it. So I was watching that. I don't know. It's a small priced one here. CMRX.
yeah, I don't like those. I don't like these really cheap ones. Um, I'm not 100% sure about those. I mean, we can always, of course, adjust the
Yeah.
price range that we want to look at.
It was, I was looking at it just because, it had that pre-market high of 136 and it was banging on at $1 at support. The alert came in at 108. So I felt like it was a good
Right.
risk reward to consider. But I'm also,
Mhm.
me, I'm not a huge fan of stocks at real low prices. So,
Yeah.
but I just, just to watch, watch this algorithm and just see what happens with it in general. Interesting
Mhm.
concept.
Very, very, yeah. Okay, what time is it now? Yeah, 11:59. Well, thanks for popping in a little early.
Time for you to
And
rest those vocal cords.
yeah, yeah, no kidding. Okay, we'll see you in about an hour, Chris.
Sounds
Thanks.
good. Thank you, Barry. All right, everybody. So you should have eyes on my screen as Barry makes his way to a break here. Although I suspect Barry never takes a full break. He's always got an eye on the screen and an ear on a mic or ear on a speaker there. But all the same, give him a little rest here. Get him prepared for half number 2 on the day, right? So, anyways, with all of that said, happy Monday to you all. Hopefully you all had a nice weekend, maybe a little relaxing. Take some time away from charts and the desk and all those things like that. Get your minds all recharged and all that good stuff. As per usual, this is an open forum. I don't have any pre-done content here, so I do try to rely on you folks to drive the content with your comments and questions. I'll do my best to answer those with my trade ideas, knowledge, and all that. Iris, how are you? Outside of that, I'll do my best if there are no questions coming in to keep it informative and relevant to Trade Idea software and the market and all those kinds of things like that. As I guess it's got to be a couple of weeks now going on, time gets like anybody else, time starts to get away from me when something started and where we are in it. But I continue to look at the go no go charts, and I don't know whether say I'm experimenting with them or not. I'm not taking any trades based on them. I don't generally take a trade in a stock if it's in a downtrend. Obviously, a downtrend and a pullback, and people can argue and split hairs about that. It all comes down to time frames and things of that nature, right? So, but just an interesting concept to look at these bar charts with the coloring that they have. As mentioned in prior sessions here and in some emails that I've had back and forth with different folks here, and it's a number of folks, and I totally understand it and get where people come from with it. The go no go, it's really to identify trends and strength of trends and changing of trends and things like that. Not a buy or sell signal. I do think it has the potential to be a stronger tool in an arsenal for a trading plan than just simply using an EMA, an SMA, an RSI, a Bollinger Band, whatever your indicator may be or your go-to indicators may be. I certainly think it has maybe a little more juice in that if looked at and tested over time in that regard. But does there a time frame that it works best on? I couldn't tell you. I don't have enough time with it. I don't know that I'll ever experiment with it in that regard necessarily, right? But it's an interesting concept nonetheless. I'm going to keep looking at the charts. It's not like it negatively impacts me to swap back and forth between these one, two. I was doing something earlier today. Let me get rid of. I like to have candlestick charts still. So let me get rid of this. Go no go on this here. Remove. This has got me on bar charts. I like my candlestick charts still. Bear with me while I go to chart style and switch this back to candlesticks. There we go. And the same thing must have happened here. Yeah, so same thing happened here. Remove. Let's see. Okay. And chart style. Thank you for your patience while I set that back up. So, it's not negatively impacting me that I'm not seeing like green and red candles, for example, versus these multicolored candles. So there's no negative impact in my trading in regards to that. Like, oh, wait, is it an up candle or down candle? I'm familiar enough with bar charts and, how they open and close, or open, high, low, close charts, whatever you want to call them. And so not having any negative impact like that with me as far as that kind of stuff goes. So, like I said, all remains very interesting. I'll continue to play around with them. Like anything else, not only for myself, but anybody else that's looking to use them or implement them in their trading, I certainly hope it has an absolutely positive impact on it, right? But like I said, I would encourage you to use it as a tool, right? So for a lot of people, I think maybe myself, I think that if I'd had something like this earlier on in my trading, it probably would have had a sooner positive impact. Trying to stay away from downtrends versus pullbacks, right? So I guess, we can look at it like, we'll just use this chart that's here, CMRX, as an example, right? And so as I wait one more moment for this drawing tool here to load, because I don't know why it takes so long to load. What I want to illustrate here is downtrends and pullbacks and maybe some differentials between them and how the go, no go may impact you on both a longer and short term look at it, right? So, just look at this here, right? So this is in some kind of downtrends going on here, and we hit some up days, but we don't necessarily get an uptrend trigger for a couple of days. We get this uptrend trigger, but it doesn't do a whole lot there, and it doesn't stay in a convicted go before moving itself back into a weak go and into a pause and then a downtrend again, right? And then we get that move up, bit more of a move up and a go trend, but it fades again quickly. So you may consider, if you're still looking for a trading plan, you're still adjusting your trading plan, formulating it, reformulating it, refining it, so on and so forth, whatever time frame you're looking at, you may consider the go, no go to help you stay out of downtrends, right? One of my favorite sayings, and believe me, I broke this a gajillion million times in my trading, especially in the first, let's say, I'm comfortable saying first 4 years of my trading, easily 4 years of my trading, right? And the first 2 years were disastrous for me. I mean, I was a very, very bad trader. Now I'm not a terrible trader anymore. But anyways, one of the things I used to do was, I would buy stocks in downtrends, and I would also add to losing positions. And there was a saying, and it bothered me greatly when I would hear people say it because it made me feel terrible for doing it. The saying was only losers average down, right? Meaning that, oh, well, I bought it here and it's moving down, but if I just buy some more here and then maybe I buy some more here, it brings my cost average down, and now I only need to get back here to make money. Oh, but then it drops down to here. Do I got to add a little more? And now I only need to get back to here. But now I'm in this position for like 5 times what I was before. And so every penny down now is 5 times more of a loss than it was originally when I bought it here by adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, right? So that was a very hard thing for me to get over. I guess I am not guilty of it anymore. I mean, I can't think of any recent examples within the last year or so of it, or 2 years maybe. But I can certainly tell you that within my first 2 years, I was doing that a lot, and I was paying the price dearly for it. And so you could do that any time frame. We could look at any time frame and do that on it, right? So, might be a tool that you want to use or consider. If you're having trouble finding stocks in uptrends or having trouble deciding, am I buying an uptrend or am I buying a downtrend? How strong or weak is that uptrend or downtrend? And again, it's not the end all be all for anything, but I think perhaps it may have a little more juice for folks that need that added help, bonus, whatever you want to call it. So anyways, go, no go and all that stuff like that. All right, we're about 8+ minutes into this session. No real questions are coming in at this time. Again, folks, if anybody has any questions pertaining to software and or chart, I guess, or whatever, feel free to fire those in for me, right? That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm trying to do. I always feel it's best when you folks are driving the content here. I can't answer the questions that are not answered, number one. Number two, community feeling, right? Often the question you have is similar or exactly the same as the question someone else has. And then next thing you know, they're piggybacking on what you said. You're piggybacking back on that. And it starts a good dialogue and a back and forth. And I feel like as a community, everybody gets more out of it, including myself, when troubleshooting users or helping users, answering questions like that makes me better at my job. Bottom line is, if you folks are not leveraging trade ideas to make money, you're not going to stay subscribers. You don't stay subscribers, it means nothing for us, right? That's what we obviously want subscribers, but we want our subscribers to be successful, and there's room for everybody at the top who's willing to put the work in there without any questions. Thoughts on the video, pretty extended. So wondering, what are your thoughts for buying it as a long or a swing? Well, I won't tell you it's a buy or sell, obviously, but we can certainly look at the chart, NVDA, and just talk about some if-thens and all that kind of stuff like that. So, when I'm looking at for something's extended, I really like this multi-period low of 20 here. I just feel like it's a great swing indicator. And I surmise that you're talking about on a daily chart versus an intraday trader. I'm sure it's a great intraday trader as well. It's, big ranges, price swings. Lots of liquidity in this thing. I mean, look at the thing. It's not even at a one relative volume. It's traded 153 million shares on the day today. I'm going to crack 154 very, very soon. So, I mean, the thing, getting in and out of it's no problem. Also, real quick, just looking at the spread on this thing. Spread's been a penny, 2 pennies as I'm looking at it right now. I mean, on $120-something stock, when you're getting in and out with a penny spread, can't really ask for more than that. That's pretty outstanding. So, T Ryan, I see your question. I'm going to get to that one second. Let me just finish up on the video here. So, all right. So we got this going on here. Let's, we got to walk the whole, we play the whole tape back, right? We don't just play this part of the tape where we topped out and then fell and then bounced, right? We got to play this whole tape back here. And let's play it back here into this section here before this massive breakout here. Long time consolidating here, real long time. You know what? And I also want to do this. I want to get out of the go, no go for this, if we don't mind. Thank you very kindly. All right. We got this massive sideways trend here before we start to take off, and whatever the catalyst is for that, it is, right? And we just really kind of go. There's any real pullback to speak of. If we were to zoom in a little bit, looking at that, we get a slight pullback and sideways action here before a gap and sideways and go, and some more sideways. So what I want to illustrate here is we get this big go, and then it doesn't go too far after that, where we got a week plus before the next go moment that leads us into a consolidation that we didn't need to rush. We didn't get this already. You really want to buy that right away. And look at the extension I had on this. When we get the sideways period here, and this finally catches up here, right? We get a while that we didn't really go anywhere again. And I know, depending on how you want to look at this chart, right? Well, we're up here from down here. But then look where we are here all this time later. Ain't that far off of that, right? We get an explosion off of that there, right? So I would consider looking at something like this, some kind of longer term look on it. The selling off, the bounce, and the resistance areas that we're looking at now. We hang up above this, let's say I'd call it 125, 127. You want to split the hairs on that. It's a spongy kind of area there, but we hang above this area here. Things that I'd be asking myself, that I am asking myself right now, is, did the market sell off because NVIDIA sold off? Did NVIDIA sell off because the market sold off? It's a chicken and egg question here, right? I'm sure there are people who are going to argue both sides of it, and they can have at it all they want. Argue all you want. I'm not going to worry about that kind of stuff, right? I'll leave arguing to lawyers. All I'm going to care about is price action. I don't care why this happened. All I care is that we're back above a key level here and not far off those all-time highs on a percent basis here. And so I'd like to see it hang above here. I'd love to see this play a little catch up here again to take some steps up, because this goes back into the buying stocks and downtrends. This is an indicator I use for uptrends. It's an indicator I use for downtrends. This indicator has not indicated that the downtrend has ended as far as I'm concerned, right? Now, does this mean that it's impossible for it to just rocket ship up and leave me behind? Nope, absolutely. I've seen it happen a bunch of times. I've left money on the table on all kinds of stocks like that, right? This is where the trading plan comes in. We got to break things down. My trading plan says I need to at least take at least one step up, if not two. And if it leaves to outer space without me, so be it. But it goes back to saying I'd rather miss out on the upside than participate on the downside. So that's the kind of things that I'd be looking at here. But I think this is a very key level to it. I don't think anybody would be arguing that. Probably the entire world of NVIDIA trading is looking at this area. Do you want to call it there? Do you want to call it down here? You want to call it up here? You know, you can split the hairs on what you consider the support and resistance. You want to use bodies of candles, tops of shadows, bottoms of shadows. You know, there's an argument to be made for any of that, making, you know, technical analysis subjective. But somewhere in that range, I'd like to see it above. I'd like to see it consolidate a little more, and I'd like to see it take a move up. Again, is the market moving this? Is this moving the market? Argue in your own head. Argue amongst yourselves. Not an argument that I need or am willing to make with that. So that's what I'm looking at with NVIDIA. It's a lot of up days in a row. I believe the S&P 500 is working on its 8th up day in a row, as a matter of fact, too. So, you know, these things become, is it overextended, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. That's what I'd be looking at with NVIDIA. No, it's not a 200 SMA line. It's a multi-period low of 20. If you were to come into your indicators here, look for multi-period low. I have mine set to 20. And so that's what it's looking at for me right there, like that. I just happen to like it. 20 days is about a trading month, give or take. If you were to, I adopted this idea from, you go to properties and you go to show smart risk levels, see the swing exit. That's where I adopted it from. It's a period low of 20. So I adopted it from there way back whenever. And yeah, so that's that. But I don't like stuff on my charts. You can see how clean my chart is here. So, all right, back to, and again, keep the questions coming. T. Ryan mentioned I was a terrible trader for first 2 years. What 3 things helped me to become a better trader? The first thing that helped me become a better trader is every single time before I get into a stock, I ask myself what my stop loss is. Now, how I decide that stop loss has changed since I stopped entering trades without a stop loss. That was number 1. The first question is, where am I wrong? Second question is, why am I wrong there from a technical analysis standpoint? And now that becomes subjective. Why I'm wrong at a level may be different than why someone else is wrong at that level, or they may not think that that level is wrong at all, and I may not think that their level is wrong at all, or right at all, and so on and so forth. But that was the first thing that had to happen, is risk management. It took me at least 2 years to understand what risk management meant. Risk management meant that every time I buy a stock, what am I willing to risk and why am I willing to risk that much? The second thing I had to figure out was, what is my share size and why am I taking that as my share size? And then that incorporated between what my stop is and what my share size is, became I start risking the same amount of money each time. So, I'm not going into one trade and I'm risking $100, and the next trade I'm risking $400, and the next trade I'm risking $30. Nope, it's consistent risk across the board like that each time. And this becomes the bottom of the bottom formation of a trading plan. I would say the last thing, and still is the hardest thing for me, is the upside risk management. There's a lot of things that are in between this, but if I'm narrowing it down to 3, the upside risk management is still very difficult to me, because stops became very hard downside targets to me. The stop is a stop. There's no negotiating it. That's the bottom line on it. But targets are so much tougher, because the stock moves up for me and it's like, well, it doesn't get to my target. And, I didn't make my, I like a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio here where I'm risking $1 to make $2, right? But often my target's almost, I don't get to that 2, right? And it's like, do I get out of the trade without getting to the 2? I didn't really make my 2-to-1. And so I've kind of settled on the fact that as long as I'm looking at a minimum of taking a shot at 2 where I think it could go versus that downside at 1 where I'm wrong and I'm getting out, I find that I've been okay. I'm not where I want to be. I'm not the trader who I'd like to be by any stretch of anyone's imagination. I guess in the last 3 years-ish or so, I could say I'm profitable, always one trade away from being wiped out, I guess, like anybody else. I guess I'm very guarded based on, let's call it, hot stove syndrome, where you touch the hot stove and get burned so many times. You're always afraid, is that stove hot again? But those are the big things. So what I kind of negotiate on the upside to myself is the fact that I kind of have a de facto trailing stop. It's not a trailing stop exactly, but basically, if I get up 2-3% in a trade and that starts to reverse on me, I just pull the trigger and I get out, and I can revisit getting back in. Although I don't like trading the same stock over and over again, too close or within the same day. Not really much day trading at this point, but it's just that, like, often I had where I got out of a stock, I made some money, and then I'm like, all right, I'm getting back in it. And especially if I get back in it right away, I almost always hand back all the money that I just made and then some into a loss. So I try to guard those profits very, very carefully. So those are the big things. Risk management. At the end, it boils down to understanding what risk management is. At its core, I think risk management is the same for everybody. But then what does risk management become specifically for you? Meaning my account size, how much should I be risking? My upside management of the stock, how should I be managing that as well? Those are the big things in that regard. Hopefully that makes sense. It took me a while. I foolishly did not simulate trade almost at all. I should have. First, when I first became a Trade Idea subscriber, long before I worked for Trade Ideas, there was no simulator. So there was that. I could have journaled in a book or used price alerts or something like that. I didn't do any of those things. Once the simulator came available, I still wasn't working for Trade Ideas. And, I played around with it, but I continued to risk real money foolishly instead of trading in the simulator. Bottom line is, if you're not making money in a simulator, there's 0% chance you're going to make money with real money. That's just the way it goes. And, I didn't listen to a lot of the cliches and stuff that exist and all those things like that. So it is what it is. I'm not a better trader for it. I can tell you that right now. I put myself behind an 8 ball. I lost money that took time to catch up on, so it's like I was consistently losing money for 2 years. Then it was about a year I was mostly breaking even. And then it was a year was a little more than breaking even, and another year a little bit more than that. But after 4 years, I was still down. Technically, I was still down for the money that I lost in those first 2 years. So, it wasn't until probably year 6, I become, I get back over that hump of what I lost. And when I'm really liking to beat myself up, I'm like, adjusted for inflation, I still lost money, right? Technically, technically that's true. That's the way it was. And that is not what people want to hear. I'm sure of that. People want to hear the story of, 6 months in, I was making money and, we're flying along from here and I'm getting ready to buy a house and all those things like that. That wasn't my story. I don't know any trader that was their story. The traders that I've had, the real traders I've been lucky enough to meet in real life, not one of them has a story like that. I'm sure they all wish they did too. It's just the way it goes, and the way the market is no secret bullet, no silver bullet, whatever, no secret mojo. And sometimes it's kind of blah to say that, but it is what it is. Anyways, enough about that stuff. Peter, sorry, you asked what I think of GOVX. I think it's a great trading vehicle. You got to be really careful. It's tied to some news with a vaccine, right? I believe this is vaccine news. Yeah, GeoVax Labs. Those of you that know me know how much I love the news. I love it so much that I, let it go in 2016, and I've continued to keep it let go since then. Anyways, it's a spready stock. Let me bring over IB's time and sales. Look at this thing. It's real spready. It's jumping all over the place. I think currently right now it's showing it's in a downtrend on an intraday chart on multiple time frames even. This is where I really like the go, no go, right? Like I don't have to split hairs if this is a downtrend or not. That's downtrend. That's indicated by those candle colors too. This is where I do like the go, no go. It is in a downtrend. There's no disputing that. So if I'm having trouble deciding, is it moving sideways here? Because on this candlestick chart, it's kind of moving sideways, right? Hasn't really taken out the low of the day, right? It's hanging around, the opening low of the day, but it's not on the low of the day here and so on and so forth. So is it moving sideways? Someone looking at a candlestick chart could argue that it's moving sideways, but you can't argue that, at least if you pull up with pre-market data here. And, I generally haven't been a pre-market person for a long time because I don't trade the pre-market, but the fact of how active the stock was in the pre-market, it matters to this right now, right? It's relevant. It's relative to what the stock has done now. And looking at it like that, without a question, is in a downtrend for the moment. I would say this, those that are trying to find a reason to be bullish it, or if they're trying to find a reason to trade it to the upside or anything like that, I would consider it's under the VWAP right now, right? And look at it, every time it gets that VWAP, it comes right back under again, multiple time frames. So we got declining volume throughout the day right now, so it's going to sleep. So I'd be looking for maybe a volume increase to come back later in the day as it fights and challenges that VWAP level. That's what I'd be thinking on GOVX right now. I have no intention of trading this today. In fact, a little sore about this stock. I have a confession to make. I took another day trade. It was like my second day trade in 8 months or 9 months. I took it on GOVX here on this candle on Friday, and I got out right away here. I don't think it actually ever dipped below my entry. If it did, it was only by a few cents. And then it continued to do that later in the day. And it was like, crunching my insides because I wasn't going to go back in and trade it again. And I made a couple of dollars on it, nothing to write home to mom about, but, clenching my insides to say the least with upsetness because I haven't day traded for a long time. I want to day trade really badly, but I also lost a bunch of money day trading at the beginning of this year because I couldn't put the proper attention to it. And so, sucks. That's all there is to it. Anywho, GOVX, if you're going to base it, again, technical analysis, very subjective stuff. No, no pre-market. Is it in a downtrend? You could argue, it's trying to fight back and forth between downtrend and pause, right? With the pre-market in a downtrend, no question about it. So beauty is in the eye of the chart hold and all that. Risk management has been my problem, plus not allowing stock to trade up more when all indicators are looking good. Yeah, that kind of ties back to what T. Ryan's saying there. It's still one of my struggle points is stocks moving up, maybe takes a pause, a pullback, not necessarily in a downtrend, and I get out. And then it makes a move, especially on the swing trading side. It makes a move back up again a day or two later, and I left a good amount of money on the table. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. But, when you've got a number of years getting beat up and losing money, you see that money on the table, all of a sudden it's like, I don't want to let that money go. I want to put that money into the brokerage account and build on it from there. And I just kind of will move on to the next trade when it comes, because there will be another trade. Obviously, if we hit a bear market at some point here again, those long trades will be few and far in between. When you're kind of chopping around like we've done recently, it becomes tough because you're not getting follow through on your swing trades. So you want to just kind of cut those profits. And all of a sudden you cut them and you move into an uptrend again in the overall market. You're like, man, we're in that uptrend again. And I left some money on the table. That's hard. Trading's hard. That's all there is to it. Bottom line, it's hard. Hard for me anyways. Maybe it's not hard for other people. Bless their souls, those folks that are not having any difficulties with trading. So, do you pretty much swing? Yeah, I pretty much swing trade. I found my first success with swing trading. And then we came out with our stock races. And it was around when like stock races, I started really paying attention. It was when we started entering the last bear market at the beginning of 2022. And my swing trading wasn't working well. And it also goes back to rising tide lifts all boats. So, I never not consider the fact that my swing trading success that finally happened was because we were in an easy bull run, quote unquote, easy bull run. Never easy, but lacking a better term or whatever. And then all of a sudden that bull run ended and swing trading wasn't working. I decided to try my hand back at day trading. But I would also say that it was like a bunch of roads were all meeting at one time. When I tried my hand back at day trading, I had a plan in swing trading. I started to try to implement that a little bit more as a day trading plan on top of these races. And the races, the data that was coming through them just worked on my brain a little better than alert windows and top lists. So I guess you had a combination of things that happened there. And again, by no means was I killing it with day trading. It wasn't like, I was getting like, $2, $3 winners all the time. I was getting like 10, 15, 20 cent winners all of a sudden instead of getting, 30, 40, 50, $60 losers, consistently. But then my workload here at Trade Ideas has increased, and I just can't give day trading the due attention that it requires. I've been kind of, as I've been seeing more day trades that are setting up favorable for what I like. I guess FOMO maybe forcing my hand a little bit into some day trades. I'm saying forcing my hand. I think I've taken 3 day trades in the last 3 weeks, which is, more than I've taken all year. Sometime in January, the end of January, beginning of February, I stopped day trading basically. I haven't experimented enough to know whether go, no go is better swing trading or day trading. I haven't experimented enough. I don't know that I ever will, to be honest. I like, for my day trading, I like 5-minute and 3-minute charts. So I think from what I could say this, from what little I've been watching, I'd say it's a wash, whether it's day trading or swing trading at this point. I'm really looking at it as uptrends and downtrends, right? Trying to stay away from stocks that are trending down, trying to find those stocks that are trending up. And so I guess maybe it gives me a little more conviction when I'm looking to enter a trade. Since it's come out, I've been I'm slightly up on my swing trading. I was down actually until recently. I took a hit on CORZ here that kind of kicked my butt when this happened here. It blew right through a stop of mine. It stopped down here at 8:15. It had stopped down here at 8:15, and when that market opened that day, I'd left the stop in place because that's what I do. And hindsight being, oh, geez, Chris, if you only took that stop out, right? If I took the stop out and then it kept going, then what? So while that hurt and it really, ticked me off, it is what it is. That's the way it goes sometimes. First, don't apologize for asking questions. Second, never worry about monopolizing. If other people ask questions, I'll rotate in and out of the questions for sure. I'm never going to ignore someone. And if I'm if I'm answering a question and maybe my answer isn't exactly what you're looking for, you like some more details, make sure you pile on to that, right? Say, oh, that was good, but give me a little more. Or you could say, no, that wasn't what I was looking for. Can you explain better like this? Or, however it is. I'm always looking to improve what I'm doing in support here. Again, it tails back to you folks aren't getting what you want out of the software, which is making money. It doesn't look well for us as a company. So what do I use to find good swing trades? Yeah, let me. I'm going to first share cloud links to a couple scans here. I'll go over those. For those that have seen this or heard this spiel before, I'm sorry, but ask questions and I'm going to answer them, right? So if you don't want to hear these things, ask the other questions. We'll start with my evening scan. That's what I call it. Copy. And so I'm going to post a couple of scans first, and then I'm going to go over them one by one. MP low 20, share, copy, and last but not least, time high. We got a good amount to go over all this, and I don't just use these to find trade ideas, hence the name of the company. I also use them to kind of give me some thoughts about the market itself and kind of a bottom up look at the market instead of a top down look, because I like to do top down and bottom up and kind of attempt to confirm what I'm seeing. So, all right, first scan that I share is my evening scan. Let's just go into what it actually does really fast. Windows specific filters, hide unused. Stock's got to be a level above $11. It has to be 75% above the low of the 20-day range, 75% above the low of today's range, relative volume of 1, and traded at least 750,000 shares on the day. So I want to see stocks that have a chance of breaking out over the last 20 days. I want to see that they're closed or closing strong today. And so I kind of look at the scan into the close of each day and then after the close each day. And I'm looking for stuff that looks like, let's see here. Let's see if we can find, there's stocks that are going to show up here that I'm not interested in. PBR is something I'm not interested in. And I knew it was going to look like a downtrend too the second I saw this. Let's do it with the go, no go. Not interested in that. I like to find kind of rounded bottoms that are breaking out. Not interested in that. WH, I think it's an ETF, right? Yeah, Hong Kong ETF. Not interested. But this is, the homework that I do. All right, CLBT. Definitely interested in that. It's kind of, broken out and away from where I want to be right now. But I know this has been on the scan for a while, actually. I just haven't put it on any list of mine because I've got some rules. And one of the rules is that it was developed because I have never lost so much money in my life than trading Israeli stocks. I don't know what it is, and it was almost all day trading of them, but I got murdered every time I tried to day trade a stock that's from Israel. And so I just, touching the hot stove, I just don't go to it. But this chart itself, I should get away from that rule, I think, now, because it's been a long time since it happened to me. But anyways, beautiful consolidation here after some go, and it stays in a go mode here. Just really great. And look at how, this multi-period low made these moves up, and it never really stepped down and exploded off of that. I mean, that's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. That's all I can say right there. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for right here. Let's see, HA. What do you look like? Nah. I mean, yeah, sure, does it look good now, but no, not what I want. SA.
How you doing?
SA not bad here. All right, so why would I say not bad here? Let me get rid of this line for right now because it can interfere with the time on the chart. There we go. All right. We got this downtrend, but it's fighting that downtrend constantly, and then we start to really move up. We don't pull back massive. We hold above that 15 level. So that's the kind of thing, a 20-day breakout like that. That looks decent. Macy's going to look terrible. It's going to not look good yet. No reason to be talking about Macy's. AHR, know I like this. It's on my liked list, as a matter of fact. Again, it's a fairly new issue, but, we've just got this beautiful uptrend going on here. Takes a pullback, bang, explosion, remained in that uptrend. Now, I would have never even dreamed of taking this unless it was above 16. Gave plenty of time consolidating here, several days, took that out, off to the races it goes. That's kind of setup I'm looking for right there. AGI, I believe this is a gold miner. Gold miners look real good right now. Another just great looking uptrend. We get a nice pullback into that multi-period, bang. And that dovetails into the next scan that we're going to go over here. My MP low 20. I always use a daily chart when I'm swing trading. Once in a while, I'll flop to a weekly chart. If I need a bigger zoom out look, I'll flop to a weekly chart. I never look at an intraday chart on my day trading or my swing trading. Never, ever, 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 ever. Since I stopped looking at them anyways. I mean, I look at intraday charts. I just like to have them up, but it means absolutely nothing to my day trading. I know some people with swing trading probably look at 60-minute charts. I don't, I just don't. So, all right, let's look at this scan really fast. And so on this scan, it's got some similar stuff to it as the previous scan, but we want to see price above 10 instead of 11. On the 20-day range, I just want to see it's above the 20-day range. I need a ton above it. I just need it above it. Relative volume of 1 million shares traded on the day at least. I want to see it's 90% above the low of the 9-month range. So I want to see stocks in a nice uptrend, but that aren't too far away from the 20-day range. Now, there's two ways that I use this scan afterwards. All right. The first is looking at lower price stocks, kind of just sort on the lower price and take a look at them that way. The other way I look at it is stocks that are closest to that 20 period multi-low, right? That multi-period low on 20 days. I'm trying to find those stocks that may have the potential to explode after that, after a pullback, but haven't collapsed. So let's see what we've got going on here. So this thing exploded and pulled back, exploded and pulled back. But I wouldn't call that a downtrend, right? Just a big, big pullback and exploded back off that again. I'd need this to get back up doing some of that again before I'd consider it. But that is certainly something I'd be keeping an eye on without any question right there. Nice and liquid stock, 2.5 million shares traded on it. So this has got some potential here. If we could get a little consolidating up there, without any question, I'd be interested in that. ENB. We got this downtrend going on. We move into an uptrend, a pullback, right? Trying to build higher highs through here, right? Trying to build higher lows through here. Not perfect, but looks pretty decent. I'd love, again, to see this consolidate a little bit. $40 seems to loom big for it, I would bet. But this is the kind of stuff that I'd be looking for, putting on a watch list, waiting for that go mode here. My personal go mode, not, the chart go mode. But you start to see here, we're trying to stay out of stocks and downtrends, right? Starting to see a little more go than we see no-go, right? That no-go is being outweighed now versus back here. Real clear, we're no-go, right? So this is the kind of stuff I'm looking for. HA, and I also like when scans start to match stuff up here. So it's interesting that the multi-period low and the My Evening scan see that together. I need this though for me to really seriously consider it, take a step or two up. Took this massive step up, but it's like these steps down since then, right? I can't just have it explode into a go mode, right? I need to see it work into a go mode, or after exploding into the go mode, working to hold it a little bit there like that. So it's the kind of stuff that I'd be looking for. YOU. Same kind of concept here. We're really looking at a more no-go than go. Didn't make this move. I'm guessing a very positive reaction to earnings here, really exploded out of it. It started to work itself into that multi-period up move, but I'm going to need it to do some stuff here and kind of hold and consolidate. It can't be running after stuff like that. AST. I know this thing just did some crazy exploding. Hindsight's 2020 and all that here, but, makes a nice move off of there, makes a nice move into here. When it got consolidated into here, really went, obviously really, really, really went. Hindsight's 2020. Everybody looks like a genius looking back and saying, that was a go. Was that an obvious go? No, it was not an obvious go. Was it a go? Yeah, it was a go. Obvious. I wouldn't call that obvious, right? Through here, I would have really liked it without any question. That wasn't so far distance. Here, it started to get too much distance for me to have ever really considered it there. You're looking at $11 and you're looking over $20. I use this for some of my swing trading stops. I don't necessarily use it as a swing trading stop. Sometimes I use a midpoint, things like that. But I'm not looking to make $5 and $6 stops on my swing trading. That's not a risk level that I'm willing to do like that. So do you only trade on chart technicals and data? Or do you take time doing deep dives? And I never look at fundamentals. once in a while for fun, I guess I look at debt to income ratio kind of stuff like this. Like if I see a, for swing trading, if I see a company that's got like an insane debt, no revenues, right, and no cash, then you got to be careful about taking anything real long term. If you're talking 1, 3, 4 days, all right, generally no big deal that. But if I'm talking about stuff where I'm looking at my 401k and things that I'm trying to hold for maybe weeks and months, if something's got, like, let's say they've got, let's just say, for example, they got $1 million in debt and they've got $5 in cash and their revenue is $1, I gotta be a little cautious about that when I'm talking about putting money in there for weeks and months. That doesn't make sense. Other than that, no, I never consider. I just don't care. It's irrelevant to me. It goes back to the argument here, right? Chicken and egg. Did this sell off because of NVIDIA, or did NVIDIA sell off because of that? Which one is it? And nobody could prove to me beyond a shadow of a doubt which one it is. There could be many great compelling arguments to argue that the market sold off because of NVIDIA. There could be many great compelling arguments with all kinds of data that NVIDIA sold off because of the market. And not one of them will actually be right. It'll be great technical analysis opinions and or fundamental opinions. If that's what they came with, and good for them. I'm all about opinions. That's what makes a market, right? Literally the subjective opinions of technical analysis make a market, right? So that's what we look for and what we need and what we formulate, and then that next level of thinking as well. All right, how many people are looking at these levels? Does it make sense that more people are or are not looking at this level versus this level, or this indicator versus this indicator, and so on and so forth, right? So long story long, I couldn't possibly care less about the news. I couldn't possibly care less about fundamental data. And that's not to say it's not relevant or valued or anything like that whatsoever. Without any question, that stuff is absolutely important. I often think of Matthew Verdau, his optimum course for CMT, for those that have any ambition of getting CMT designated. The optimum course is, the end all be all course. I would say you want to be investing some money in that course to get CMT certified, designated, whatever you want to call it. He says in one of the videos in the CMT level 1 courses that we are technicians living in a fundamental world. I kind of like that saying. I was a fan of that saying. Yeah, that was something, Tony, I had to consider, was my personality and swing trading. I don't do well under extreme whippy pressure situations and things like that. I like to take time, formulate. And when I say don't do well, my trading didn't do well under it, right? And so, I got to consider that. I generally like to be kind of more of a laid back person. I want a ton of pressure put on me to make a decision fast and whatever else. I can be very indecisive. It's, just some real world examples. I go out to eat at a restaurant that I've never been at before. I sit there hemming and hawing over the fish and the steak. Like, gee, I love fish and I love steak. And what if I order the wrong one, and I need time to analyze this, and I'll have to, can I get a sample of both? And so swing trading kind of gives me more time to decide if I want to be in or out of a trade. With swing trading, I find I can generally take wider stops and smaller positions. I can look at, upside targets a little more generous. I don't have to be looking at every little tick involved in the trade. And so swing trading, I had, a lot of chicken and egg stuff with all of this. All I can say is I had more success with swing trading than I did with day trading once I made the swap. Again, was it because I started paying more attention to an actual trading plan, following it, risk management? Of course, that played a role. Did that work better because I swapped to the swing trading and my brain could click better with it? Hard to argue that wasn't the reason, right? So, all those kinds of things like that with all that. So, all right, last scan here. Let me get to that. And then how I do a kind of a bottom up analysis on it. This is the last scan that I shared. Let's see, lifetime high. All right, so this scan, essentially, I'm looking for stocks that are near lifetime highs. Let's get to that configure really fast. Sorry, I I go off on tangents. I apologize. And, I know Barry will be here before long, and I want to get through all this here. So anyways, looking at stocks that are $8 and above, they have a relative volume of one, traded at least 1 million shares on the day, and they got to be 85% above the low of their lifetime range. On the flip side of that, we call it within 15% of their lifetime highs. I don't think I have to go over too much with chart patterns in this because everything is in an uptrend in here. Now it's just how extended in that uptrend it is. But these are all going to be beautiful looking charts and uptrends, right? You're not going to find stocks. You're not going to find any stocks on these that, other than ones that are weird buyouts or weird ETFs and stuff like that happens here. You're not going to find any that are going to be more no-go than go, right? All these are going to be much more go than no-goes, right? Real easy. But the next thing that I do with this, and this goes to a bottom-up analysis of the market itself, is there a theme on these scans? Is there more software coming through these scans? Is there more energy? Is the energy more oil? Is it just energy in general? Is it solars? Is it biotechs? Is it commodities? Is it gold? Is it silver? And so really easily, as we were keeping score, I was personally keeping score as we went through these scans. I don't know if anybody else was. Lots of gold going on through all of these scans because every one that I'm checking here has to do with gold. Just all those 5 things I just checked right there were all gold. All right. And so let's just say I've got, 20 different tickers going through a scan, right? And out of those 20 tickers, 7 are related to one sector. 5 are related to another, 3 are related to another, and then it's all scattered from there. I have to seriously consider that sector, 2 things. One, is that the sector we're going on this sector, or is that sector becoming exhausted at this point and we're rotating to another sector possibly? And it could be either one of those, but that's where we go through the charts and do our homework and so on and so forth. And that's how I do a bottom-down analysis or bottom-up analysis of the market. And I do that with any one of these scans in the sense of something's breaking out over 20 days. And I've got, just for example, uranium back, when here's URA, right? That's uranium. Yeah. So when uranium started to make its breakout here, I was getting so many uranium stocks that were coming through those scans here and remained for a while. But here, they're part of the breakout. And I kept seeing them in here, and it was the end of that. And, for the moment, it looks like uranium is topped out. It's going to need to get above that level again for me to have any interest in uranium stocks. A chart like that reminds me of a chart like this. I was a big natural gas bull for quite a while. Now, this is an example where I'm going to have to go back to a weekly chart because it's been so long. But I mean, natural gas made this move, and it was just for weeks, months. What a move. And the stocks that were coming from it I was doing all right on those. These winning trades were offsetting my losing trades, and we're doing okay. And then natural gas, it was like someone just let the air out of a balloon, but they didn't let it out slow. Whoosh, goodbye, right? So, I'm always careful when I see something like that, how that may relate to this, because all of a sudden, right, still on the weekly chart there, got this nice move, and then that pullback, and a move back into it, and then all of a sudden, 4 weeks later, we're down here, right? Now, 4 weeks later, we could be back above this too, right? Just, uptrends and downtrends, always cautious, always weary, always paying attention. I say, I've often said I probably lean more bullish than bearish overall as a human being. First off, I think bull markets are much more fun. Second, myself, my parents, well, my mom anyways, aunts, uncles, whatever, cousins, people that friends, family friends, stuff like that. A lot of these people have money in the market as 401ks and whatever else. They're not actively managing it or anything like that. They're either trusting someone else to do it, or they, their work puts them into some whatever fund or something like that. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. Look, bear markets happen. That's the natural ebb and flow of things. Markets go up, they go down, they go up more than they go down, but the down, hurts the regular person much more than the up helps the regular person, things like that. So I just find it weird when you've got these people cheering the collapse of the market and things like that. Like, all right, like, how do your friends, family, and relatives feel about that? They're getting hurt. You're cheering on them getting hurt. Now, look, I think it's normal and healthy to want to cheer a pullback for us to get into a stock or a fund or whatever it happens to be, and that's the way things go. But bull markets over bear markets, so I lean that way. But even with leaning that way, not be foolish here, and you just don't buy things and let it ride. And that goes back to me still having trouble with managing upside winners, right? And all of a sudden that first pullback is the hot stove that's taking all my profits away, or do I just need to kind of let it work and not, not worry that today it pulled back, yesterday and today it pulled back and I'm still in the money, let it continue to work instead of worrying, do I need to get out for profits like that? So, that kind of thing like that, all those things like that. It's a big puzzle. There's a lot of pieces to it. We got to decide what pieces in that puzzle are relevant and relative to us and which aren't, because there are many great pieces to the puzzle of the markets that they're just not going to benefit us. There's no point in getting caught up in them. It's important to find out which pieces are relevant and relative, and hopefully how to apply those, and hopefully I apply them better than I do. So, all right, with that said, I guess I'll take this moment to remind everybody that if someone is telling you that it is 7 stocks that are driving the market, show them the scanner, all right, and ask them to count how many stocks are on this scan that are even just 90% above their lifetime lows. So we could just start from here, right, and just go up there. We could even drop all this below that off the scan. Just ask them to count how many that is. And then ask them what percentage above 7 is that. That's fact. That ain't opinion. That's fact, right? Facts are greater than opinions. Does that mean the market's just going to go up? No, it does not mean the market's just going to go up. But we're trying to set up the best if-then scenarios. If this is going on, then this is the next likely possibility. If this doesn't pass through, then this is the likely setup and downside scenario. Those kinds of things like that. Those are the things that I'd be really pushing people to do. Best thing that ever happened to me for my trading. Now, it still took a long time for it to take any real positive impact in it. I was in a Trade of the Week webinar when Steve and Andy used to do Trade of the Week webinars on Tuesdays way back when. And Steve would always do chart requests at the end of most of those webinars, take one chart request from, 5, 10 people, depending on how much time, the content he was going through for the Trade of the Week webinar. And I'll never forget, and he didn't do it in like a smart way, like being, mean or whatever like that. I requested chart, whatever the chart was, I don't remember. And he, went through about this moving average and, this, if this, then that kind of thing like that. And he said, I'd encourage you, and I think he was using a royal you, to ask yourself, what do you see there on the chart? And after he said that to me, I almost never asked someone to look at a chart again. I just said, yeah, I guess, what do I see there, right? What do I see there? And if I couldn't see anything on the chart, I was like, I guess that's just not a chart I should be looking at, and it was very impactful to me. Now, with that said, that's not an encouragement to say, stop asking people to look at charts for you. I started to become bigger on how do I word this? Because I'm not big on Twitter, I'm big into Twitter. But I like, there's a number of traders that I follow there, and I look at the charts that they put up there, and I guess, they're putting up more market broad charts and things like that. And looking at those is a way, I guess, of requesting a chart to be looked at without requesting a chart to be looked at, for lack of a better term. But it just stopped, like every chart, it was like, I'm looking at this stock to trade. I wonder what Barry thinks of it. I'm looking at this stock to trade. I wonder what Steve thinks of it. I'm looking at this chart to trade. I wonder what Andy thinks of it. Instead of being in that mentality as well, what do I think of the chart? It definitely was impactful to me. Right, Barry?
Yeah. What do you think of ALZN, please?
Well, I bet the farm on it, so it better go.
Really? Actually, in all seriousness, this is the type of stock that that has that chance later on in the afternoon to
Yeah.
just kind of explode again.
This is
You
that
know,
stock that I gotta be real careful with.
really?
These are the ones that
Okay.
have hurt me the most in life.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, then don't
Yeah,
listen to
you know
me.
what it is that
Everybody
like
other than
it's
Chris,
yes,
I will say this, is that these are the classic stocks that go crazy early on, and I'm just kind of basing and doing not too much, holding in a bit of a range. But look where it got up to 15 something, and low float and all that nonsense. So if it gets some enthusiasm back in terms of a big volume bar, I mean, that could easily be one of those ones that just
yeah,
tries to at least get back to the high of the day. And
without a
now
question.
I am
One of the
not. Sorry, I'm not telling people that's what's going to happen.
yeah, one of the ways that stocks like this hurt me goes back to that day trader, swing trader mentality is that I'd be like, all right, this is it's above whatever moving average that I'm looking at, and I want to anticipate it breaking the, for example,
Oh,
$12.
anticipation.
Yes, and
Uh,
I'm a very, very terrible at anticipating kind of person. And so I'd be like, oh, it just cracked $12. Let me take 100 shares of it right now. And next thing I
right,
know, it cracked the $12. It moved to 12.20 before I could blink. And then it was back down at 11.50 before I could blink a second time. Like I was just up
right.
$20. Now I'm down $75. Oh my God. Like, and
Were
that was
you
it for
checking
me.
volume at the same time or no?
No, I was not.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there you go. I
So,
mean, not necessarily does volume mean it's going to keep running,
right.
but it can hurt.
No, not at all. And I just like I'm watching this right now, and exactly what I just said just happened. It cracked 12. It ran up to 12.20. It popped down to 11.75. Popped back over 12. And I'm just like, let me please settle down a little bit before I can look at you, because while you're gonna probably go, if you don't, it's so much money to lose to the downside for me. And that's just like touching a hot stove so many times. That's what happened to me.
Right. Yeah. Well, no, for sure. I mean, it's that's the definition of an insanity, isn't it? I mean,
Yes.
doing the same thing over and over again and trying to anticipate a different result, and it
Without
doesn't
a
happen.
question. And then, the other part of it too is something that you were really great at listening to in the room for all that time before, really kind of formulating my own sorts of plans is, you were great at if you entered something and like within 2 or 3 seconds it didn't do what you wanted, you were like, bam, out just like that.
Yeah.
That was something something that I couldn't do. Especially I was trading from a very small account at that time. I'm like, well, I just can't give up $20 or $30 just like that. I got to hold on for a few more seconds
Right.
so I can get it to the other side. And those are other things that were unique to my situation, essentially, where if I wasn't in that position, it was a completely different trading plan and animal that I'd be trying to assess like that. So,
Anywho, well, goodbye. We'll be typical guys, we'll say goodbye, and that means goodbye, and it's not another 5 minutes of talking. So
absolutely. Thank you, everybody.
But in all seriousness,
thank
you very much for spelling me, and we'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Take care, everybody. I'll see you next week, everyone. Take care.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. And let me get my music going. Said, and has that look for me anyway of something that maybe later in the day. I mean, we're getting, it's 1:00 now Eastern time. Half an hour, maybe even an hour from now, maybe earlier. But if it takes out this, I have an alert, I think around 12:70ish or so. If it takes that out and on some volume, that could get it running again. And the high of the day was way up here at 15. But for me, it's just kind of got that look. The big move at the beginning of the day, and then kind of chopping around and basing. I mean, it's a pretty wide base. Don't get me wrong. I mean, between 12 and 10. But when you look at it on a 5-minute chart anyway, and this has got nothing now to go to. This has nothing to do with go no go. This is just what I've seen countless times of these stocks that are really active, kind of do nothing for hours, and then later on in the day, sometimes they take off again. All right, guys. I am, yeah, not a lot happening for me right now. Some thumbnail charts I'm looking at. I almost got back into the L's, the L's set up again. And, but I don't know. There's something about it I didn't like. Not L's, I'm sorry, EL, sorry. Something about it I just didn't really like. Because even though it's set up again in theory in that little scan we're looking for, they had the orange, cyan, and then blue. It's just too choppy. I think you need something with a little bit better of a trend, not quite as up and down. So I just backed off it. And I'm glad I did, because it really didn't. I did pop above 96 again, but could not hold it. All right, this one's starting to pop here. PYCR, some volume coming in. PYCR, Paycor. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on this one, but I don't see any news today on it. But certainly, a little bit of enthusiasm just hit. So this was an earnings play. Okay, so this was an earnings play 2 days ago. Good reaction to earnings and still kind of holding the gap. There's the gap and still holding the gap. And the high of 2 days ago was 1451, so it's above that. Well, I'm just not seeing too much right now, guys. So I think what I'll do, first of all, I'll put in the test drive link, the test drive plus the contest. The contest does start on Wednesday. Stock trading contest, prizes galore. So if you're thinking about going into the contest that starts on Wednesday, you might as well, pay the 777 right now. You'll have, you like that? You'll have the balance of trade ideas today and tomorrow, and then till next Monday. Okay, you'll be elevated to, you'll just as if you're a premium subscriber. The 777 that gets you into the contest. It starts on Wednesday, but you might as well take advantage of it right now, because you'll have trade ideas to play around with for the balance of today and then tomorrow to get set for the contest. And when this is all over, there's nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, please. So please don't send our support staff an email saying, "Hey, okay, please unsubscribe me from the contest." And oh, by the way, I want a return email to tell me that you did that. Because it just takes up too much time from our support staff to deal with stuff like that, and it's just not necessary. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. Okay. And next thing is my homepage. Actually, let me go over the contest just a little bit to show you what the prizes are. So this is sponsored by Centerpoint. Okay, so there it is, 777. So it's a short only contest. You basically can only go short from the 21st to the 23rd. That is Wednesday to Thursday. And we've upped it. What was it? $2,800 last time. So the grand prize is a $4,000 Amazon gift card for the top performer. So there you go, guys. we have upped it, plus 15,000 up to $15,000 in trading credits from Centerpoint if you open a new brokerage, etc. But right there, $4,000, because the last ones have been 2,800. So we've upped the grand prize, guys, to $4,000. So if you are a premium subscriber, you may as well go into it, because you can automatically get into the contest. Okay. If you're a standard subscriber, you have to pay the $777 to get into the contest. But if you're thinking about doing it, might as well do it right now. So again, you have access to our program for the balance of today and then tomorrow, and then all the way to next Monday inclusive. Okay. And please read all the instructions. Okay. All the instructions are there regarding the short selling. Some people ask, well, am I using my real account to do this? Of course not. You're using our Brokerage Plus, our simulator. Okay. You're not trading real money. Okay. It is a trading contest, but you're using our simulator to do it. All right. Well, there goes and some volume coming in, guys. ALZN, some volume is starting to come in here. Okay, some volume is starting to come into ALZN. She didn't win, Dwayne. The reason why, we do an audit. I think we audited about the top 15 to make sure there were no irregularities. And unfortunately, there were some irregularities. Not I don't want to say cheating. It's just that maybe not, it was trading stocks at too many times, things like that. So she did not win. I think a gentleman by the name of Manish won. Whoa! And there was wow. Glad I turned away and did something else. I was thinking of taking this. That is almost like they did a financing. That was a bad bar. All right, guys. Well, let me take a look at my homepage. Or let you take a look at my homepage. I know what's on it. Okay, guys. So when you click on my homepage link, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's how you can do it. But of course, why not? I mean, you could take the content, pay the $777 until Monday. I think that still works out to be a better deal. But I mean, if you want to take out a subscription right now, go for it. There's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off, first month only, or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, please use my promo code, and that'll really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription, which again goes a long way into keeping the room free. Okay, now getting started. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. The first one, the download and install, first startup and login, and important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. If you are new to trading 101, this is for you. Free series of videos just for people who are new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. It's also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Let's see how it's doing. I know it triggered. It is EXEL. So it triggered, and it's right at the trigger price, 26.60. So, again, how you trade it, if you trade it, completely up to you, of course. These are designed for longer term holds, but so it triggered earlier, and yeah, I mean, it got up to 27. If you, this is the education section right here, and if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So you click on that. So if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down until you get to this section. My scans are right there. And here are the two races that you see here that I'm toggling back and forth on. These are right here. These are the ones I'm displaying. I'm also sharing other scans that I'm not displaying, okay, including the large cap losers. I have the momentum scan is over here. The halts or zooms is over here. And the upside movers versus downside movers down here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I am sharing that you can take a look at. You guys have been talking about SNGX. I haven't looked at that one. Don't see it anywhere, so I'm going to have to type it in, SNGX. I guess it did not win any races. Yeah, nice, steadily up. Kind of weird looking. These little, kind of weird looking, but very steady. Yeah, SNGX. Yeah, look at the relative volume. It's only 0.16. Now that is because it's a little skewed going back here, I guess. But yeah, that's why it would not show up any of my scans. That's why. Yeah, well, right back here, 14. Yeah, you're right. It hit 1483. That was a high that week. I have to look at this ALZN. It's almost like they announced the financing. Because that was brutal. I mean, that looked pretty good. It was blue, 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 and that was big blue, and then on volume, and then just got completely yanked. Well, SOND, another low float, 10 million in the float. SOND curling up here now, and the high was 623. So there is room for SOND. Well, there's a classic. I haven't said this today, but this is a classic. When you're in one of these low floats, you cannot wander away from your computer, even for 5 seconds. Okay, because I don't know how long this took, but I could get to a 1 minute chart. Well, that's a two. Let's just for fun get to a 1 minute chart. I mean, 1 minute. I mean, it was 1285. In less than a minute, it was down to 1045. So I mean, and that was accelerating downward. So that's why you just cannot. I mean, wiping all this out. That's why you cannot leave your computer. Now, admittedly, even if you've been sitting at your computer, you may have been scrambling to get out because depending if you took this one, in this area here, where you're going to put your stop. If you put your stop down, even if you put your stop at 12, you would have really been scrambling to get out. I mean, it doesn't. This is an extreme case, but it can happen. All right. So William says he's going to keep the room open until around 4. So when I take off at about 2:30, which is in about so it's only 1:20. So definitely, I have well over an hour left. So I noticed that this one actually came in on the short side, the VR. I don't think I had. I don't think I had, took 6 seconds, really, Mark. Wow. I don't think I had shorts available, or there may have been a few. So this came in on the short side, actually, for the VRAX. What is the charge? You'll have to ask accounting. I'll show you. I'll give you a home page, okay, Peter? They'll let you know. Because they'll have to do an adjustment of your current situation, okay? And I'm sure there's maybe a carry. I don't know how far into the month you are with your current one, so they'll let you know exactly. So let me just give you my home page. I don't get involved in the accounting, but they'll be able to look because I can't see your account. They'll look at your account and let you know, okay? So here's my homepage link. So just click on it, and when you click on it, click on the need help, click on the ask, and then click on the chat, and then just give them just say, look, I've got a standard subscription. I'd like to upgrade to premium. Give them your email address they use to sign up, so they can look up your account, and they'll let you know exactly. Okay. So it's not so much email, okay? This is not quite an email. This is you'll be like an online chat immediately. Well, I mean, maybe it's just semantics, but I would click on the need help, and you'll because there are people there right now. I mean, you can email, but I mean, I think I would do this. The need help, okay? Okay, guys. Well, listen, I'm not seeing too much. When's the last alert we had? 12:55. Wow, is that right? The last alert we had in the momentum scan was at 12:55. That that just kind of tells you how slow things are right now because this is a very active scanner. So 12:55. I mean, we're at 1:26 now Eastern time. So that is interesting. And the market's up, so it's not like the market is tanking. Ooh, what a nice one this one was. Actually, it's probably the relative volume. So there was actually an alert right here. Yeah, but the relative volume probably didn't show up because the relative volume is only 2, and I can't remember what we put as the minimum. But yeah, orange, only cyan, and then blue. So you would have got the alert at 30.81, and before it pulled back, almost a dollar move. Something's happened to my race. It was not a race. No, I know you're. It just for some reason the symbols took a while to load again. All right, guys. Well, this is um, this is really boring right now for me, anyway. TLK. I mean, that's the last one. 12:55. I mean, we're 35 minutes since the last real time alert. I've seen some of the silver plays come through here. So there's PAAS. I think I saw MAG down here. MAG. That's another silver play. So silver must be. Let's take a look at silver itself. What's it doing? No, no. Basically flat. Silver is flat. So PAAS is kind of trading on its own. Yeah, I can answer that question, Mike, and I 100% certainty. I never average down, never, never, because because I think it might come back just because I took the trade and it seemed like a good setup. I never do it, never. Now, when I first started out trading, sure, because I thought, well, wait a minute, I got into this trade and it's going to work. I know it's going to work. So, yeah, this gives me a chance to buy it at a lower price. Oh, look at this. And now I can buy it at an even lower price. And now even at a lower price and a lower price. No, I never do it. Never, never, never. Well, Paul, I hope you're right about that for you, about the VRAX. It's not I'll be here, right? Yeah. So you've had this. I could have sworn this was shortable. So, they had an alert at 12:15 at time. At 6:24, it would have been right here, right there to short this. But I hope it works for you. Of course, I hope it works for you. So from 6:24 down to 5:58. Now, right there, that would have got you out some for sure. If you did take that short, if not all, to be honest. I mean, that really kind of jumped up. But whoa, GovX guys, GovX just had a pop here. GOVX just popped. Ooh, and look at this. Look at this. We're right to blue. Will it remain blue? But it is wild. I mean, it got up to what, 1050 or so. Got back down to 10. And look at the volume that came in. 500,000 shares and counting on a 3-minute candle. All right, this candle has another 30 seconds or so to close. Let's see if it closes blue. Oops. Yeah, I mean, there's a trigger right there, orange to deep purple. I just don't like these really cheap ones. I mean, and actually, I'm amazed. There are a lot of shares available. Interactive Brokers just short over 5 million. It's very surprised. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Aha! Now this is the one that I can't buy in Canada. They give me some warning that I might have to pay tax or something because of the it's this limited partnership or whatever. So I cannot buy it in Canada. But this is interesting. There's the orange right to blue, starting to move. Of course, it has room. Looking left, 1715. Yeah, just try it again. Yeah, publicly traded partnership. Um, non-US taxpayers may be subject to a 10%. Yeah, so forget it for me. I just tried. I'm surprised that GovX did not win. Did not win a race in here ever today. Yeah, it's way premature, David. It's not available yet. Way premature. It's a coming thing, but I don't know when it's going to be available. I think what it's going to be, if you about 3 weeks ago, actually during the last test drive, not this, not the one we're in, but the last one, that little email icon, there was some information in there that actually showed some stocks, and it's going to be based on that. I'm not sure why they really eliminated it, because yes, it was a little kind of crazy looking, but I liked it. Yeah, it's not available now. Well, you know what? I'll put your comment into our Slack thread, but they were talking about it this morning. Ah, Pepe, from your. No, I am muted. Yes, I can't even get away from you, even when you're sick. Okay, guys. Well, I'm not again not seeing much. We did have finally something at 152. The Yosh YOSH just got halted on the way down earlier. Well, it wanted six and it got six. Draw. So the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Oh, we went through this earlier. Around 740. 749. So this one is the one that did some kind of a deal with Marriott, a licensing deal with Marriott. More than 9,000 live Sonder units are expected to join the Marriott portfolio by the end of 2024. So obviously good news for this company, low float. So again, guys, this is another one that showed up on the scan, but it's too erratic. Okay, you can't just because we get that color change and all looks like okay there's a short opportunity, but it's just too erratic looking. Chopping up and down. Still have to put on a bit of a trader's hat and look at what it's trying to tell you, and that's telling me ugh. This ugly chart. And this one too. It didn't trigger like that, but I mean, it's just an ugly looking chart. VTAK. Man, ALZN, I mean, the rest of them had not, they're sort of sliding, but I mean, this one just absolutely got destroyed. $13 now down to $9, and just moving down. This is not a MPOX. This was all to do with the partnership with Massachusetts General, PTSD. I mean, it's still up. I mean, it's amazing. It's still up 327%. This goes to show where it came from, which was about 217 on Friday. Coming into the 200-day moving average, maybe that'll hold it. 200-day moving average is 803. So coming into the 200-day, maybe that will hold it. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I'm losing interest. What can I say? SOND. So it pulled back. Let's see if it pulls back to what the VWAP is. No, that'd be way too much of a pullback. 489. Well, let's see if we get back over 6. SOND. Now, I mean, look, will the 200-day hold this thing, ALZN? I mean, there it is now, right at the 200-day, 803. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with it today. I mean, it's still up. I have to remember, it's still up 300%. Look at the volume, 72 million shares. And that float, I think Draw looked, and they meaning the other group has about 600,000 shares in the float. So it's definitely under a million anyway, under a million in the float. 9,795 times normal volume. But so far, that 200-day moving average area is holding so far. What's the float on CJET? Okay. Well, this is what we have. We have, 500,000. Just another crazy low float. Cayman Islands. It's not trading. 8,500. I mean, it is trading, but certainly not trading much today. And that 8,500 represents half normal. So that's shows you how much it normally trades. Now I remember, yeah, this day here had a crazy, crazy for it, a crazy volume day, 3.5 million. Let me check the other site, okay? Just to see if we're in the ballpark. Yep, 500,000. So 500,000 in the float on that one for CJET. Remember IVP early in the day, IVP. Well, it just disappeared. So that, well, it looks like that 200-day moving average held it. ALZN for a while anyway. Well, for today anyway, this is the strongest monkeypox play in terms of maintaining the highs of the day. Most of the rest of them have just sort of, I mean, they're a lot, and well, one reason I suppose, I mean, this is only up 19%. Some of the other ones are up a much, much bigger percent. But at least this one is holding its own at the end of the day. Well, near the high of the day. At the end of the day, I don't know what it's going to do, but and of course EBS, if you look left, 1523, 1523 is the next high on the weekly chart. But it's a bigger float, 51 million in the float. Well, so much for the 200-day moving average now for ALZN. Moving down below it again. And what a short. If anybody had shorts for this one, I know Centerpoint or others, Cobra, probably Trade Zero, probably had shorts, but my guess is that Fidelity and E-Trade, et cetera, did not have shorts for this one, ALZN. Interesting. At Interactive Brokers, it's 37% if they could find them for you. So only 37% as opposed to 160% at Thinkorswim. Yeah, look at VRAX now. Poe. I don't want to say anything, but you know that red here. Okay, Peter, good for you. Okay, I'm glad Kelly was able to help you. Talking to Peter in our YouTube room. Wow. Again, monkeypox play. I mean, it's still up 138%, but a lot of these ones are just. I think they're drifting down because they're just associated with maybe having a drug. I don't think there's any specific. There's no specific reason other than association, which is a reason, of course it is, but reality is now starting to set in. And look at that, man. I mean, right there. But even SIGA is actually moving higher, even though it had the most negative news about it. Too bad. Look, didn't get the alert because we had two bars between the orange and the blue. Though right here would have probably knocked you out of the trade anyway, but you could have got in, say 1035, wrote it up. Nah, it wouldn't have been that big a deal. It looks better now, of course, but definitely, that probably would have knocked you out of the trade. I'm going to keep an eye on EBS because all the rest of them are just sinking. Okay, guys, I have another 15 minutes or so left. William says he's going to keep the room, excuse me, the main room open until about 4 o'clock. I'll have to shut down YouTube. So what I'm going to do with the YouTubers, you can head over to the main room once I leave. This is the, I'll put my homepage link in, show you how you can do it. So if you click on my homepage link, expand this just a little bit. Oops. Okay, where it says trading room, okay, trading room. So that's how you get into the main room. So when I shut down YouTube, you can head over to the main room. William will keep it open until 4 or so, okay? Okay, guys, listen, good time to ask questions if you have any. I've got another 15 minutes or so, then I'm taking off. Angel Oak Mortgage, AOMR. No volume. Well, 5 times normal, but really no volume. 135,000. Well, next high looking left for EBS. It's getting closer. Next high, so it's through that 1289. The next high is 1314, and then after that we've got 1510. So I got another one to watch tomorrow. This is a lot of shares available for me to short. 1.25 million at Interactive Brokers. I'm just saying that, in case it just starts to say, okay, I don't think it has any specific tested drug. I'm not sure. I may be wrong. I don't know if they're actually able to use their drug right now or not. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. So ALZN is right back now. Well, not right back, but it is back to the 200-day moving average again. Maybe we'll try to hold it. I took EL early, and I got stopped out for a little loss. I took EL early. Trying to remember where it was. I think it was here. Yeah, it was right here. No, it was even earlier. I think it was right here. Yeah, orange. Yeah, it was right here. No, it couldn't have been here because I would not have been stopped out for a loss here. I'm trying to remember where it was. That was one. Maybe it was later. Maybe it was later. Probably, maybe it was here. No, that was another one. I almost took this one, but I didn't. I did not take it. EL was one. But basically, I mean, there's not a lot to understand. I mean, it's just, I'm using a 3-minute chart. If you see orange, okay, if you're going to go long, if you happen to see it, I mean, I have the benefit of having the scan that I'm looking at. But if you don't have the scan, but you just see an orange, and then either the next candle is blue or there's the little cyan in between, just one, then in theory it becomes something you might want to trade. Well, there it is on the three. I'm using 3 and 5, but I'm only looking at it on a 3, that specific pattern. Oh, wait a minute. I had the other one earlier. That's right. I had already been in VRAX, and then I got out of it. And then right there, I got back in it. Okay, now this was a wild one, and the problem with this is that it was so extended. But I thought, well, try it. So you can see exactly orange, cyan, now blue. The alert was at 7:43. It did move down a little bit, and then it zoomed up to 9. I wish I could say I got out, got in at 7:43 and right out at 9, but I did well on it. But it was, it was a chancy one. No, 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 no. You don't jump in. No, no. You've got to wait. You got to wait for the blue. I don't jump in on the cyan. Okay. You got to wait for if in this pattern that we're looking for, orange, and then either the next one is either cyan and then blue, or blue. In other words, the worst it can be, well, the worst we want to see is one cyan between the orange and the blue. The ideal situation is orange and then blue, but we're accepting cyan in between. No, you don't jump in on the cyan. No, no, not at all. And you have to wait for this to close also, because that's why a 3-minute is not the worst thing, unless it's something that's really, really going, which this one could have. Because you have to wait for this candle to close, because it can start out blue, but what if and so you say, okay, it's blue, I'm going to take it. But what if all of a sudden it starts to fade? It could turn back to cyan, if that makes sense. So you got to wait for the candle to close. And then, if it sets up well enough, you can take it. There was the close at 7:42. I actually saw one on the scan earlier. I think it was Fubo, and let's pretend it was this one, and that looked blue. Okay, and I got it on the scan, but it had not closed yet. So, which is interesting, because that means it's alerting when the second it goes blue, which I actually like, because you can kind of, you can maybe make up your mind if you want to take it right away before it closes. But what happened is then it disappeared from the scan because it wasn't blue anymore, if that makes sense. Because not this one, it was Fubo. But we're playing around right now with the relative volume to see maybe to decrease it somewhat and add volume to it, more volume. Because what we don't want to do is get overrun with alerts. I also, my gut is that, to get rid of the ones that are certainly under 2 or 3, even 5. I'm just not saying, this is one that showed up. But I mean, I guess it wasn't bad. You take enough shares. You could have got in if you had shares available. Yeah, a lot of shares. You could have got in at 110 on the short, and it got down to 98 cents. So on a percentage basis, that certainly would have worked. But you can see this is on the short side now. It went orange directly to deep purple, as opposed to now if it had gone orange and then one pink bar and then purple, that would have been fine. But if it had gone orange and then two pink bars, we would not have got the alert. Doesn't mean these are bad to trade. I'm just trying to, find the ones that are actually showing up on the scan. But this one certainly did. So do you understand now? All we're looking for, even though you don't have the scan, but you see it on a chart, on a 3-minute chart. I mean, you can try it on a 5, but you see it on a 3-minute chart. All you're looking for is either, if you're going short, orange directly to deep purple, or no more than one pink bar in between the orange and the deep purple. But you've got to let the bar close, that deep purple. You've got to let it close. And then on the long side, just the reverse. You want to see orange and then going right to blue, or no more than one cyan between the orange and the blue. But what I was seeing for a lot of these, a lot of choppiness. I mean, this is, this works a lot better when there's a decent trend. Okay. You've got to let the bar close. I mean, well, I'm going to let the bar close because there's no guarantee that it's going to remain blue. Okay, if that makes sense. There's no guarantee it's going to remain blue until the bar closes. Because, the price could go up, and then all of a sudden you get a drop. So that blue could easily turn into, the cyan, or even worse. You got to let it close. You see, here's another one. They just got alerted, but I mean, it's to me, it's untradeable. What I'm liking, okay, is that it's picking them up though. Okay, the scan is doing what it's supposed to do. Orange, cyan, blue. Okay, but I would never take this. The main, well, not that, well, one of the main aspects is making sure the scan is delivering what it's supposed to. I mean, so far there hasn't been one that I'm going, well, wait a minute, it should not have alerted it. That's really the first step, making sure the alerts are working the way they're supposed to. VKTX from William. VKTX from William. Wow. This has been just a monster. Now, let's see. You know what? Not quite, you see. Now, if you look at a 5-minute chart, there's the orange, the little cyan, then the blue. And what a monster run it was. We would not get the alert on the scan because unfortunately there were two little cyans between the orange and the blue. Now I could drive Michael nuts and say, okay, Michael, how about upping it to 2? No more than 2. We catch this one, yeah, but maybe we see a lot we don't want. But that would have been tremendous. But you can also use it on a 5. I sure wish I had seen this one. Nice. Well, ALZN is continuing to try to hold the its VWAP. Sorry, its 200-day moving average. Okay, the 200-day moving average is 803, so it's still trying to hold that. This one, I didn't have shorts available. No, wait a minute, that's wrong. Yeah, did not have shorts available for this one. So you can see how it went orange and then it went to deep purple, little pop up, but that would have been your sign to short it if you'd had shorts available. I did not have shorts available. What a move. 1036 down to 770 on that. Thank you, Casa. So let's take a look. So Palo, PAW. That one again, it is Palo Alto. Yeah. So Palo Alto has earnings after hours. It's a big one. And what else is a big one? Probably the biggest one in that list you just posted. All right, guys. Well, if there are no more questions, I'll hang around for another minute in case somebody wants to post a question. I'm going to actually hang around myself. I'm going to, but I'll put myself on mute and I'll stop the screen sharing. I want to do some analysis of some of the past ones, see if we can firm things up a little bit. So, if there are no more questions, I'll put the link in again into YouTube. So you guys, if you want to head over to the main room, just to remind you, if you click on my homepage link, and then at the top here, trading room. Okay, so you can click on trading room, and that'll get you into the main room. Okay. Okay, I don't see any questions. So again, thanks for all the help, everybody. We'll see you again tomorrow. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So the main room will be open until, well, usually gets open around a little before 8 o'clock Eastern. Okay, sometimes around 7:30, but I don't get on the mic until 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'm stopping the screen sharing. And now I'm muting myself. You too, Michael, in our YouTube room. Now for you guys, I have to shut you guys down.